Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. What? Welcome. I'm already getting spoiled. Oh my god. Hello. Hi, Chip. Hi, Mama Dragon. And hi, Jameson Dragon. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm having a... I know I'm very... I'm very late today for a reason that's kind of embarrassing. I was catching Pokemon outside. I was playing Pokemon Go with my mom, and then we both realized that there's this weekly pass going on that's gonna like expire today, 8 hours from now, or 7 hours from now. And then we both just be like, oh shit, we need to like get this pass done, because it's just catching Pokemon. It's very easy. So we've been driving around the place and trying to catch as much Pokemon as possible, and we did it. It took us a while though. But at least we did it, right? I should probably drink. At least that feels good. Right, let me hit this one. This should be enough. I actually don't know if I'll be playing games with Bracky and Zeus today. But if there is, nice. If there isn't, well, it's okay. There's always next time. I haven't asked in the Discord chat though, so that's partially on me. But also, subconsciously, I just kind of want to fish more. I just kind of want to fish more. So that's what I'm gonna do today. Oh, it's so wild looking at me playing VR chat. Addicted to the fish? Yeah. Well, at least I didn't fish until 2 last night. I fished until 1 AM instead. I don't know if that's better or not, but it's so good though. Alright, let's play it. I need to fish. I think last night I fished until I'm level 51, I think? Yeah, I'm level 51 now. I guess I'm obsessed. I think I remember stopping at level 48. Yeah, I stopped at 48 and then almost to 49. And then I was fishing a lot. I bought a new rod, and then I have a new enchantment that's really fucking good. The new enchantment ups my attraction rate by 40%, so I can fish real fast. That's why, right? I can sort of like get lots of fish in a short time, which is really nice. It's really heckin' nice. So yeah. I'm still using a dragon, by the way. Look, I like being a dragon, okay? I like being a dragon. What can I say, huh? What can I say? I don't know. Guilty as charged. Look, I might be a kobold, but if I get to be a dragon with collar and arm warmer, I mean, hey, I'll take it, you know? I'm jealous. Oh, what happened? I cannot for the life of me find a decent quad turkey. I mean, I got this one. I remember, I actually don't know how I got this one, but I got this one from a while ago. I may or may not have just cloned it from other dragons out there. I may have, I think. No, wait, I think I was using the avatar search. You know, recovering yourself? I know. I want to be a kobold and then I want to be a dragon. I don't know which one to be. Not being too complete, so I don't know where to look other than that one search world. Oh. Also, hi Lexi. Alright, you know what? I'm becoming dragon for now. Let's go fishing. No, okay. Really? I think so. If you want, I can let you clone this one. There's like a shit ton of customizations here you can have. Let's see. I mean, expressions, and then look at all of these. I just sort of kind of like many. I mean, there's accessories. There's also like I was having so much fun last night, just fucking around and shit. And then more customization. I mean, I don't want wings, so because I still want to be more like a kobold. Oh yeah, do I want a little bit of baby? Oh, not too much baby, I think. I think this is fine. Yeah, like there's like a lot of things that you can do. I mean, I can be chonk, but I don't think I want to. Do I want to? A little bit of chonk, why not? Yeah. There's little things that you can customize. I just change my color and like have these kind of things here. Can I clone it too? I guess, yeah. But this model is made by Nefertiti, I think, the Dergbold. I might kind of feel bad for cloning this one, but at some point I kind of want to afford it if I can. There's like a lot of reskins for the Dergbold dragon out there, so I'm not sure of how to do that, mind you. I think you press escape and then you choose someone and click it, and then you click that someone, and then you can just clone it. If they have cloning available, then yeah, you can clone it. But for now, let's go to fish. I want a new instance. I think I still want to have invite only. People can request to join my world, right? I think that's better. I'm doing that. Yeah. I'm hosting in Japan server though. I was playing in USW. In Japan I have less ping, I think. But what's with ping? I don't care. USW back. Like screw ping, I don't care. Also, hi Akko. Welcome. I'm gonna fish so much more, it's gonna be crazy. Hell yeah. I think I'm level 51. I am not obsessed. Hey. Money. Why is it raining here? I just got in and it's already raining. I'm putting my microphone on because there's no one here, and then I can do a lip sync on my avatar, so I think that's fine. Why not, right? So let me show you something. Last night I caught some. Oh, I sold all of them. Oh wait, I have this. Something that's similar to what Kafara has. Well, not as big as Kalfira's one, but close enough, you know? And then, oh yeah, I also have this. Dragon. And then I have the best banana dragon. Or banana fish. I don't know how to really showcase the fish, but well, it is banana, so and of course this is the one that this is the one I got on stream last night. This is like a dragon. It's negative though, and this is a normal one. It looks like a dragon. I love them. So yeah, these are some of the cool stuff that I got. I mean, I also have a three-headed salmon for some reason. Don't worry about it. But yeah, and then I also bought a new rod. Are you appear offline in VR chat? Oh yeah, because I'm logging in with VR chat, it's not Steam, so you have to add me on VR chat. Like, this is me, I'm online. Or if you want, I can add you. But I believe if you search for Tira, you should be able to find me. So yeah, I have... Oh yeah, I also bought a new bobber. I found this weird shadow person that is selling a 700k rod and a 35k line and a 35k bobber, which is a slime bobber. I bought it, but I didn't buy anything else. So yeah, I have this new fortunate rod, and then I got lucky with the enchantment here. I have light speed real plus attraction rate plus 40%, so I can fish really quickly with this new rod. That's Lexi, right? I know it's enough to refer outside a few words. I go in by myself or one other friend bowl. Oh. Okay, I know that's Mama Dragon. Oh yeah, that is Lexi, okay. And yeah. Attraction rate plus 70%. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, I bought this rod and I bought the new bobber, this one. Rainbow slime bobber, luck plus 30, strength plus 10, attraction rate plus 10%, and then the big catch rate. Oh, that combined. Very nice. Here you go. So, here, let's do a little bit of fishing here. Oh yeah, also I have my autopad here. I'm still using this autopad. I actually don't know if I don't know if there's like any new autopad around here. Oh wait, oh hi. Here, I hope you don't mind me speaking in VR chat now. Oh, I have so much upgrade points. Max? What? 1 point for 1 luck. Oh. Maybe a little shy in the corner, but where? It's okay. You can, if you are too shy, you can just stay in the corner. It's fine. I also worked up a lot of courage before I decided to stream VR chat like this. Oh shit! Still need like 200 seconds to get the fish. Oh. Maybe there's any way to get a new. Hi, Pet Gamer. Didn't we play VRC? Only started 2 days ago. Because I wanted to fish a lot more. And I also have a new boat. I bought dinghy, but my enthusiast boat has a dragon skin, so this is the one that I have. Look at this purple purple bolt. Looks so cool. No Kobo AVI? I do. Here, let me show you.
Yep.
This is my original like model. Hello. But I kind of want to be a dragon in VR chat because I don't know. Let me hide my screen for a bit. I cannot show what avatar I have. I don't want to get banned. Oh shit, was it this one? Yeah, I think it's this one. But I think I have to like reapply my settings. Oh no, it remembers my thing. Oh cute, thank you. Oh, my bolt's gone. Yeah, I have a few sus avatar. I mean, essentially it's just kind of like shiny, latexy stuff like that. I don't think I'm gonna get banned, but I also don't want to show too much on stream, you know? Don't want to risk it, essentially. So I have 158k money. Should I even try to get like 700k so that I can buy the rod from the shadow person? Last time I found the shadow person. Oh. Hi Mama Dragon. I found the shadow person like behind this rock here. I suspected as much. So that shadow person was here last night. Yeah. So they move around. They move around a lot. It's a scrap. That's 2 scraps actually. Yeah, but so the shadow person moves around. That's good to know. I'm glad I bought the rainbow slime ball, brother. Oh, you wanna snap? Oh my god, I caught like 10,000 snap turtle and now you want one. Who are you? What is this? Getting ready for St. Paddy's. Every year I run a little event. It's a bit bare bones this year due to some budget constraints. Either way, give me a couple days and I should have everything ready. Oh! Whoa, wait, did they just update this world? That's crazy. Moon rain though. Moon rain, moon rain, moon rain. Oh my god, I'm just gonna fish here. Moon rain. And then yeah, this is pretty much what you do. That Lexi that I saw in the corner of my eye. Go to— oh, it is Lexi. Hi Lexi. F. Give me a second. If you don't use mic, it's totally okay. It's totally fine, don't worry. Did they just say you don't have a mic set up? Oh, it's okay. You can use text, or if you even if you want, and if it's not too much, you can also still type in chat, and I'll still read it. Fish, don't hype Becky. You caught your first pink fish yesterday? Oh my god, heck yeah. Partial route, so I know we have having text happen openly for me. Oh, okay, that's fair, that's fair. I mean, I don't know why I'm standing up here, but I feel... it's all good. No worries. I'll try to read the text whenever I can then. Also, hi Ixie. Hi Brecky. Hope you are doing good. My family like to have that geek crank, so I just worry about blowing up people's ears when we were fan up on high. Oh, no worries. I mean, I'm not hearing it, so I think you're good on my end. Yeah, Mama Dragon. Ooh. Pink is so hard. Yeah, Pink jumps a lot. Pink, it's kind of like luck dependent on where they jump. Also, I bought a new rod, Becky. I'm definitely not obsessed. I am definitely not obsessed. I'm only level 50. Oh. I usually cut off for a bit, so I don't know if you respond to my previous sessions or not. Oh yeah, that message. I mean, it's totally okay. Right? If you don't want to join, if you just want to vibe in chat, it's totally fine. Like, you're not required to join the VR chat world. I'm just gonna be here and vibe. That's pretty much it. I come up to you? Oh no! Oh no, I am definitely not obsessed. Oh god. Who is that with you? That's Desi, Dragon Mama, and the other one is Lexi in chat. Lexi the Dark, I believe, the one in Japanese name. Can I join then? Only if you want to. You want to join and fish and stay quiet, it's totally fine. I'm okay with that. Because I'm just here fishing as well. And I'm probably gonna like leave in after like about an hour at 2 PM my time, and then I'm gonna like play games with Bracky and Zeus together. Oh yeah, if you want to search for my VR chat, it's... I mean, if you search for Tiora on VR chat, it should be easy to find, I think. It is today, Bracky. It's okay if you... Well, I mean, if you are not like ready or anything. You know, we could just fish here. It's also something that we do together, no? I can even like ask Zeus to get in here and fish together. Uh-oh. Golden. Dum-dum car is very loud. I'll be right on then, just gonna get a drink first. Of course, take your time. I was reading chat. It was working, but the thing crashed. Microphone? Or something else? Oh yeah. Mama Dragon, didn't you want to clone this avatar? I don't know if I have avatar cloning on. Give me a second. Oh, I do. There. There's like a little customization. Of course, Dragon Mama. I think Zeus had daylight savings time. Oh yeah, it happened! So technically it's already time for Zeus. Oh, that's kinda accurate actually, I'm surprised. Well, I mean, I don't mind if we're just fishing, you know, because... Okay, I'm obsessed, okay? As if it's a secret. I'm so fucking obsessed, it's beyond crazy. It's working. What's working? Only addicted. Hi Rollins. Hi Zri. I saw the thing I was talking about. What thing? I forgot what you were talking about. My brain doesn't work. Dragon now? For a bit. I like to be dragon in VR chat. I mean, partially because this dragon avatar is so fucking amazing. Wait, let me fish this one real quick. I love the line physics in this game. That dragon avatar is fun. It's so well made. It is so well made, it's crazy. The lip syncing, the eye tracking, everything. Void! The ear movement, the customizations. Even the animations on this one. So good. Look, Brecky, I have the new bobber. I found this bobber from a shadow merchant. You got that one too as well? Nice. Thank you, Thunder Moglin.
Yep.
Yeah, hope you're doing good. Welcome. And also, hi Nick. Hi, Kobold friend. I'm still a kobold. I just kinda want to be a dragon in VR chat for a bit. This avatar is too amazing. Chic. There you go. I saw you on VRC. I saw you on VRC as well the other day. I think I'll stay with default for now because I don't want to take the time to customize. Of course, then it's fine. You can customize whatever you want. It's all good. I'm close to 250k for that rod in the desert. Oh, is the desert rod 250k? I thought it's like 700k. You guys are so nice. Hope you're doing good, Thunder Moglin and Nick. and stuff because I will literally take an hour and by the time I finish the stream would be... Oh, I actually don't know how long I'll be here. Next to the gambling station where the cool rod for 250k. Oh, I could buy that soon-ish. I have 158k. No. I also bought a dinky boat. Oh. I want to go Gamba, but I only have 2 scrap pots. I want more Gamba. You saw nothing? I actually saw nothing. Oh, am I trying? Oh, right. I guess being a dragon is partially fish, no? Historically, seagulls were fish? Holy shit. I thought they eat fish. Is it at the church? Hmm? I feel like my stream is such a funny jump currently. Like I went from playing Halo ODST to suddenly VR chat. Like it is a little bit embarrassing, but honestly, watching around water, so might as well be called fish. Like that way you can eat meat. Oh. I used to, like, many years ago, because many years ago I have a lot of bad experiences with VR chat, so I kinda hated VR chat. I was like, shit, I'll never play this game again because I had a lot of bad experiences. Look at what I'm doing now. Sale? Sale what? I'm only seeing... Say no, I don't want to eat fish now. I just had my breakfast or lunch. Just a small snack. No. Yeah, I'm in the private room, by gamer. You have to like add me as a friend, and then you can request to join. I only ever go to private lobbies because public is scary as fuck. Yeah, they are. I mean, the thing is, I'm not even in... I was not even in public servers. I was in public servers, but there were just so many people over there, like 20-something people, sometimes 10 plus people. And then the people there was not the best. And I've been lied to a few times, so I kinda just hated VR chat because of that. I mean, all of these happened in just like a few months, and it's like, oof. Because it was during COVID, during COVID times. So it's like a lot of people are playing VR chat. I was like, ooh, maybe I should join in the hype as well and get into VR chat for a bit. Try to interact with other people while we're being locked inside our houses. But then I just had so much bad experiences and people just lying to me. Hey, spooky fish. I asked Zeus for games the other day and they said they don't have the time, so I asked them again. Oh. gasoline? I don't think I've seen gasoline. Oh, it could be ghastly, I think. Can't join because they're showing you online as all. No, you have to search for my name. I'm not using Steam on VR chat, I'm using VR chat on VR chat. So if you want to search for me, you have to use a search my name. And then I'm the first one. I don't know who the fuck this is. But this is me. Yeah, it should show that I'm in this like fish area. Sorry. I wanna watch Juice more. I wanna watch Juice more. Program could be kinda hard. Yeah, it can be. You did? Well, then I'm not too sure what to do then. Oh, there it is. Ghastly. Look at that. Oh, am I just double broodian? You might invite me to an instance. I don't know. I don't know what's your name and stuff. I mean, it do be kind of weird that you cannot find me because both Desi and Lexi they added me on their own. I sound so privileged, but. Oh yeah, there's fire breathing. I even forgot about it. I don't like the jump. Oh my god, wait. You got 2 red dartfin? Holy shit, my frog is cracked. My frog is absolutely cracked, what the fuck? You got 2 reds. Oh yeah, that's the auto pet. The auto pet, you can unlock the auto pet at level 5 in game, and then you can place one of your own. Level 52. Golden lionfish. Look at that, catch speed max already. I'm sparkling. I think all dragons are sparkly now. I must lock in for this. What potions? The fuck is this? Where did I get this? Right. Gonna lock in for this moon rain. Oh, give me a second, I gotta read that. Oh. I wanna fish this one. When the person is around, still feeling out well. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and rest now. Of course. Have a good rest, Lexi. Feeling unwell? Yeah, you did tell me that you were sick, so hey, thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest. Of course. Get good rest and feel less sick. Ooh. I'm also fishing here because I realized there's an index and my coconut base is only 83%, so I'm missing a lot of things here. Batman Spikes 2173. Oh, that's a VR chat account, I think. Oh wait, no, that's a Steam account name. So that person with my imposter name must be using a Steam account as well. I don't mind if I just know if you want to invite me to this instance. I just feel weird that you cannot find me in VR chat. I know I sound like a kind of a, dare I say, asshole, but still. Shiny? Someone I can set it up so that text gets read out, but my brain wasn't working well enough to do that on the spot. Oh, it's okay. I mean, it wasn't too much of a hassle for me to read what you type. Nice. Do you have to rebuy your boats? No. Once you buy a boat, you can just spawn them in your garage whenever you want, but they have to be spawned at a boat shop. Like you said, first name on the list? Yeah. Huge. I'm afraid all my bobbers and stuff from when I was in Laos are gone. Oh? Oh, wait, this world exists before? I didn't know. Well, to be fair, I only know about it 2 days ago from Celeste's group hangout. So maybe there's an update that resets the progress. I really love the attraction rate of enchantment. Ooh. I visited a few weeks ago. Oh, wow, wait, this world exists so long ago? Holy shit, I'm missing out. It's been going out recently, for good reason. This world is like my go-to now, my obsession even. My obsession. The fish world.
Oh my gosh, it's a good girl dragon. Oh. Look how cute she is. I just wanna pat her again and again all night long. Maybe even snuggle. Pat, 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 pat. Good girl.
They all sound really good. Hi, Evie. Welcome. Oh, Evie is doing it. Yeah, I'm a dragon for now. He's only an artist who does work for the world, so I was probably in the early version. Oh, wow, that's amazing. Holy shit. Cannot believe I'm missing out this work like for a long time. Should've known. But then again, I never really played VR chat, so mahi mahi. Hope Evie is doing it. Going off to rest like I promised myself I would. Of course. Have a good rest, Lexi. Hope you recover soon. Choke. I don't know if I want to like get. I don't know if I want to get 450k for the rod, or do I just straight out go for 700k for that huge rod from the Shadow Merchant? I'm a little bit tempted to just get the 700k, but I don't know if it's possible. I mean, it's definitely possible. It just requires a lot more patience. Oh, Samsung Galaxy. Samsung Galaxy. Oh yeah, I'm still big, I forgot. I mean, I'm big because I needed to drive the car. Drive the boat, there we go. Ooh. Hey, maybe 700k is not that impossible. Still two places I haven't been to. Crescent Isle? I forgot where this is. Wait, I have the salt. Take this bobber I made yesterday. I'm sure it'll be useful. Thanks. I unlocked Orly's bobber for free. Hey, yeah, Ducky Bobber is back. Oh. Oh, it is Ducky Bobber. Expertise in attraction rate plus 5%. Aw, that could have been helpful. I mean, I already have this, like, fucking big slime bobber. It's nice to know, though. Alright. I actually don't think there's anything that I want to, like, keep here. Nothing too cool that makes me want to keep them. Unless there's any cursed one, which I don't think I have. Yeah, I'm keeping these. These are really cool. Okay, let's sell all of them. 220k. Oh, did I say hi, Ixon? I don't remember. Hi, Ixon. Omega Dragon. So this must be a new update thing. There's something there. Maybe I should drive my boat there and see. Behold my dragon boat. I'm leaving Dragon Mama. I'm a pet dragon. Wink bonk. St. Patrick's Day thing, I assume? St. Patrick's Day? Be back to bed before dark? No promises. Shadow Chasm? Spooky. Oh my god, it's actually just a fucking square. Alright, let's do a little bit of fishing here. It's just a pancake. Oh my god, I haven't seen Grey like this in a long time. Yep. A dragon can still yip. Well, at least this one can. Oh my god, edgy dragon. Stupid motorbike. Yeah. Yep. Heckin' yep. Dragons can yip as a trait? I mean, I guess dragon has to yip to learn to communicate with kobolds, no? Shadow tiny crab? What the fuck? I can even see the crab. Huge flying fish. Have I been... Oh wait, no, that's the... That place is the buy skin for your boat area. Shadow tiny giant squid. Okay, two of those words should not be together. Shadow tiny giant squid, huh? That thing. I wonder. Ooh, huge hollipop. It's like a kobold. Kobo has been snuggled. A big dragon. Hey! The plus 40% attraction rate is actually huge as fuck. It's crazy. I'm getting fishes like every just a few seconds. So glad I got the enchantment. I think I got the enchantment through Relic Piece, I think. It's not even like a mossy relic. Which is extremely lucky, I would say. It's a purple enchantment. Oh, and the shadow crab. Oh. Oh, there's another thing there. It still kind of works. Surprised this works. What works? What is that? Sparkling pool? Sparking pool? Oh, it's sparking, so it's gonna be all electric? Hey, I fished myself. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Sparkling pool? Oh, if it's sparkling, is it gonna be shiny? Well, it could be though. Are you shiny? I think this one just appears. Here we go. More fishing. Mahi mahi. Oh my god, it's a fish in the game as well. Oh my god. No, what the leg? Oh my god, lucky. Oh my god, heck yeah. Shiny three-headed salmon. Oh my god. Should I call what's the fish game? Like Salo Dazi you? Oh, like to the fish pool or to the instance I am right now? Also, hi Metal.
I wanna lick the Kobo. I wanna tease and play with her.
No.
Shush is always such a good girl. All innocently, of course. Pat pat. Good dragon.
Oh, the fish game. Oh, I mean, of course. I just need to get a picture from you, Salo, and Daisy. I should ask for it then. Hope Metal is doing good. And Kobo is temporarily a dragon now. This model is too good. Oh my god, another one? Oh my god, stupid fish. That was so hard. Shiny abyssal serpent fish? Heck yeah. Hi, Shy Fanita. Got a rift you can use for my server. Wouldn't it be nicer to have like just a picture of metal? A rep sheet could work. Hey, Mentare. Morning. Oh my god, morning, Bertok. Welcome. Eat dragon. I become dragon too, Bertok. Yeah. 35 stream streak. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, another one. Crazy. That was a ridiculous jump. Oh my god. It's sent? Okay, I see. Only temporarily though. Looks like I need to change this keyboard. What's going on? Hope Shy Fanita is doing it. I was just playing myself. If I made you uncomfortable earlier, then I'm sorry. I just get excited easily. No, it's not that it's not that you get excited easily. It's more I feel weird because you said that you cannot find me, and then I have to invite you on my own. I don't know why that made me feel a little bit weird. That's it, really. I am getting a lot of shiny, so this is a shiny pool. Ooh. Every time I say Mantara, it's just crazy. Huge fish. This pool lasts for a long time, actually. Wow. Then good. I can get so many shiny fishes. I only got like 2 shiny pink fish. Mahi. Yeah, 2 shiny pink fish. That's gonna cost a lot. Maybe, just maybe, I can actually like just try for that 700k 700k alien rod. I think it's not really alien rod, but it's more like a rod from a shadow person. I also want to see what that 250k rod gives. Yeah, red jumps like pink, but it doesn't jump that huge of a tiny great white shark. Okay, it doesn't jump like a huge distance, but they jump. my god. Attraction rate plus 40% is huge. I love that so much. And if I'm just kind of leaving Bestie now, I'm leaving Mama Dragon now. I'm a bad dragon. Hi Dragon Colony. As you use the Dragon Tear potion. This is only temporarily though. Can I bap you? Sure. Let me be attracted to you more. Probably. I don't see any more worded balls, but I feel like this can sell for quite a bit. Especially when I have shiny Abyssal Serpentfish. I mean, I do have Abyssal Serpentfish and Three-Headed Salmon here. I would rather sell the shiny one. The shiny pink and another shiny Three-Headed Salmon. And another Three-Headed Salmon. I don't know if Tiny actually reduces their sale value. Oh, Chinook is backed. Gamma places at... Oh wait, Gamma places at the desert. I think desert is this way? Yeah, over there. I'm going on an adventure. Oh, my legs are jank. I don't know what's with the caltrops though. Big fish in the water here for sure. Big fish good. I like big fish. I wanna go see the 250k round. If I remember correctly, the one from the Shadow Merchant is 700k. Yeah, 700k. And 700k, I think the most notable thing is the max catch weight is actually 1 million. So maybe that helps a lot. Question mark. I'm against a dragon. Temporarily. I'm still a kobold at heart. I'm still very kobold at heart. Hi kobold. Neffy Dirk model? Yeah, it's way too good. I just have to. No wings though, because since I'm still a kobold at heart. Hope kobold is doing good. Welcome. Alright, I guess I can gamble for a bit. Kobold? Hey. Hi Nix. Hi Dragon. Oh my god, it's a kobold here. Where? I don't know. I've got a nice mod to pair with your nice sharpening SFX. Ooh. Should play this for all of my friends. You could stream it and then I'll see if I can stop by someday. I always wanted to play games with your ex and I've been content. Ooh, I've been wanting to play I've been kind of wanting to play the fast mode with Ixen. Oh, other games really. I sent you on Telegram. Okay, I'll take a look after. Oh my god, really? I'll take it. Alright, let's sell the sheep. Let's sell the sheep. Sell the fish that I have. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Beside the camera, right? It's always nice to fish with Ixen. This one? Rust Fang Rod. 35k. 35k kg. Oh my god. Luck 17. That feels really good, no? This is luck 100, 110, 5, 10, 65. 100, okay, so less luck. 10, 5, 10, 65. Yeah, big catch rate and luck is this. I mean, it is called Fortunate Rod, so luck based. But then max weight is like 35k. This one is 1500. 1k. I could buy it, but I do need to enchant it to get this light speed reels. Like attraction rate plus 40% is actually so huge. But when I look up I can see my own butt. Thank you, selfie expression camera. I got the Rust Fang Rod, oh my god. Right, let's go enchant it. I would use the Dergbold, but this one has dragons on it, so... I only forgot where the enchantment is. Someone needs to summon Sally and V. There's a Dergbold running around. Hey, I'm not running around, I'm driving around. I'm driving around, So that's a starting area. Where's the enchantment? V's a giant sea serpent. I saw V is so cool. And then her art on the Discord, I saw some of them. It's also very cool. I mean, that's a demon tower, but that's not where I'm trying to go. I'm trying to enchant my rod. That could be taken out of context, I feel like. But it's fine. It's fine. It's still me instead, Dixon. Oh my god. I want dragon. Even though I think I'm more for Dergbold, yeah. Oh, it's that. Oh my god, it's Mama. Look at that big dragon. Whoa, big dragon. I'm gonna drive my ship. Wee. Bye bye, Dragon Mama. It's okay, we'll want to enchant our rods one day. True. Why not, right? I'm sure they'll cover in the canoe. Canoe. Meeting a giant sea dragon. and I'm just trying to go through my rod. Oh, that's a fair point too. I do wish people can do whatever they want with their rod someday. Like, that doesn't require too much money or some shit. Okay, I should check if Dinky has Dinky has any like good skin. Let's stop by here for a bit. Shop. This one? No, this one. Ooh. Ooh. Eh. Oh my god. And still making my rod feel vulnerable. Oops. Doga needs out, gonna be right back. Of course. Take your time, Dragon Mama. I'll still be here fishing. Alright, let's enchant this Rust Fang rod. Good enough. And 13 old relic pieces. I have 2 powerful relic. This one, right? Yeah, Rust Fang rod. Let's just spam with old relic piece for now. Yeah. Oh, you could have stopped that shiny hunter, you stupid. Attraction rate plus 10%, only 10? I already ate the forbidden fruit, now I want the better enchantment. I already ate good, now I want good. Oh. I know what curious is. Lucky. Luck plus 15. Oh, no. Maybe I can try using a mossy relic on this. Ooh. What this? Dimensional line, expertise plus 10. 30% chance to hook fish from any zone. Expertise plus 10. What does expertise do though? I mean, 30% chance to hook from any zone could be huge. Oh, I don't know. I can give it a try for now. It is a rare thing. Let's fish here for a bit. Ooh, shiny rod. Shiny fod. Look at that scenery, it's so good. Hawaiian triggerfish. I don't think this one is here. So that must be the dimensional line thing. Oh my god, Sonic? Is there Sonic somewhere here? Oh, maybe there's a different dimension junk. Old book. I love fishing a little bit too much. I should check out the game that Breen sent me yesterday as well. Let's go intergalactic fishing. That sounds wild, I love it. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel a lot easier to control the area, control the white area, while doing the fishing minigame. Hey! Level 54. I'm not obsessed, I'm not obsessed, I'm not obsessed. Oh, don't think there's a red one there. Yeah. Well, at least my auto pet was cracked before. Got to red red dartfin, I think. Twice. It's okay. For my auto pet, I already maxed out on the catch time. 200 seconds for one fish is actually really fast, I feel like. Considering that I'll be here fishing for a long time, 200 seconds is relatively short, I would say. Static huge regal blue. Oh my god, it's Dory! Whoa. Why is there danger on this route? Oh my god, that looks wild. I don't know about dimensional line. I kind of want to change it. I want to get like either luck or attraction rate thing. Let's get by the way. Trash Wrangler. Trash Wrangler? I'm a little bit concerned. Luck minus 100, attraction rate plus 20%. Truly trash, isn't it? Luck minus 100 is diabolical. Reinforced. Max weight plus 400 kilogram. I don't need that. Doggo has outsided. Nice. Welcome back, Dragon Mama. Give me something cool. I want something cool. Big catch boost. Big catch rate plus 10. I'm good. Fog Dweller. So only foggy, will it? Stat bonus only active in foggy weather. Oh, now it's foggy, not plus 50. Let's use a mossy relic. Notoriously big. Big catch rate plus 10, max weight plus 50k. Wait, oh my god, my own base weight is like, yeah, 35k, so in total it's gonna be 85. I don't know if that's good. I mean, how big can a fish be? That's good? Oh, okay. Oh my god? I got an oh my god and means catch heavy fish. You can catch whales? Like, huh? Well, I guess I'll give it a try. Maybe catching a whale or two. Fishing in the open sea. What if I catch whale? I will be extremely strong, no? I mean, I'm holding a potentially 85,000 kilogram, essentially 85-ton fish. 85-ton fish. I am strong as fuck. Holy shit. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. I forgot what I wanted to say. My brain, oh my god. I guess it's still kind of fast that I get fishes from time to time. Blobfish. It looks like a human head. Gimme whale. Dragon. What are you gonna mention, huh? Oh no. Tiny manta ray. Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot you're here. That was very loud. Oh yeah, I remember. I wanted to say if any of you wants to join, then can find me on VR chat and send a friend request and request to join this instance. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Oh. Lock in. Dang it. You and your ridiculous jumps. You jump up, spike down was crazy. Oh, no whale. Join us, yeah. There's me and Mama Dragon in the instance. Even though I'm not really fishing with Mama dragon currently. I'm a bad dragon. I just... I think I'll keep the notoriously big enchantment for now. I don't really have a lot of relics to spare. 2, 3, 4? Yeah, not a lot left. Oh. I can't fit in both. I'm sure you can. I'm sure dragon can. Let's go somewhere else. I wonder... I don't know where Crescent Isle is. Why is this place called? Oh, this is Crescent Isle. Okay. Crescent Cavern. Did they get rid of the surfboard you can buy for cheap? No, you can still get surfboard, I'm pretty sure. Hello, who are you? You still aren't protected enough civilian? Still? Still? Have I talked to you before? Tips? The Luxian pyramid is said to hold many secrets. Luxian pyramid? Oh, wait, so that's where we got the Rod of the Pharaoh? So we found Crescent Isle. Yeah, this is Crescent Isle. Let's fish here for a bit. Oh, I see Dragon Mama over there. I'm stalking. Is it weird that I like fishing so much? Permit? I feel like it's weird, but it's okay. It's okay for being weird. What kind of dog is that? It's a not as cool dog as Zeus, but an okay dog. Hi Zeus. I can't seem to find the surfboard now. I would have to buy it not in the garage. I thought they're there. I never really bought it because it was like 800 gold, I think. Here, let me cheat my way back. Hope Zeus is doing good. No, there it is, surfboard. Oh, they updated it. One I bought was rowboat. I thought I bought canoe, and then I saw canoe is on sale again. And did they change the price of luxury speedboat? Look at that big dragon snoot. It's gross, yeah. That is cool. Oh. Oh, my ears itch. I can't. Oh. Then what? Can I reply? Can I say my reply here? Is it bad that I say my reply here? What game are we thinking to play? Big dragon. I'm not part of the thinking committee. I'm not too sure too. Wow. We can play Dota. I can try to coach 2 people who don't know Dota. Also, I have 500 ping. 500 ping. I mean, it will be 300, but that's also really bad. Oh, I can see my own beans. Oh my god. These came from French just a couple days ago. Hi, Horse Dragon. I've been really obsessed with the fishing game for the past 2 days. I know about this game on Saturday night? Yeah, on Saturday night. And then in about 2 days, I'm already level 54. I feel normal about this game. I think I feel very normal about this game. Eating rice and pork belly. Ooh, wow. Hi, Zri. Well, he had to cook for like an hour since my roommate didn't cook when he said he would. Isn't pork belly supposed to cook for more than an hour? Or else it'll be like really chewy? Or am I mistaken? Boiled it in spices for 40 minutes and cooked it in the sauce for like 30 minutes. Oh. Then that should... I think that should be enough. Maybe? Well, so long as it's not too chewy that you cannot really like eat it, then yeah, if it works, it works. It's not? Well, just tastes funny because my roommate cut it before it was boiled for some reason, so it absorbed a lot of spices. Oh no. How did they cut the pork anyway? It's still raw. Isn't it gonna be like very hard to cut through? Question mark? Gosh. Stone huge. You get a sharp enough knife of saw. And saw if it's serrated, you cut. Ah, okay, that makes a lot of sense actually. I'm not really good with like kitchenware or like meal prep, so I want a fish beside the big dragon. On my face, it's okay. I believe dragon is very very durable. Shadow chasm? You see it? Oh! You wanna ride the surfboard? Oh, actually I can go bring my boat and then we can go there together and fish. Is dragon flying? No, I think big dragon can still fit in. Yeah. I think you need to like maybe click on the boat. It's precarious, it's fine. See, it's fine, don't worry about it. Yeah, it has seats. It's really nice. We're here. I think just walk to like dismount the seats. Itchy dragon. This looks like you're on a raft and you are also bringing your inflatable dragon along. Inflatable dragon. It's just a pose? Yeah. It's the perfect pose. Channel tiny cock. It's the inflatable pose. No, I feel like the inflatable dragons, they kind of loaf. No, make fun of Kalk. No, I'm not. Squeak. Oh my god, it's under the shadow tiny cock. You're saying it like that on purpose? Maybe. I feel bad though, I still don't know what we're gonna play. Maybe I'm just a little bit too obsessed with this game. If you don't, go play CS with me? No, it's like, today is supposed to be the day where I play games with Bracky and Zeus. And we haven't decided what game to play together. And that, plus also I'm like really obsessed with fishing right now. And it's like all of the combined, I feel kind of bad. We could play CS, I could play CS with you and you can randomly get headshot and then I walk out the door 7 seconds later. 7 seconds is crazy. It's a long shadow castle. I'm not upset if you say you want to play this. I assume we did new map in RV. Oh yeah, there's a second map in RV that we haven't played yet. Gosh, I want to play both. Ooh, Shadow Huge Cock. Finally. Keys couple. No urgency from me if you want to head off, by the way. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, I'm just like sort of have a huge seahorse, having a conundrum. Like I want to play this a lot, and I also want to play RV Diet a lot. Wait. We could go somewhere else. There's something there. I cannot read the word. Celestial Chasm? I guess we fish here. It's a celestial chasm. I actually don't know if Manta Ray is that big. Samsung Galaxy huge great white shark. I guess I do kind of want to fish today. I feel like... Oh. I feel like... Oh gosh, we need to play more RV Dario together. But the timing. Hey, I also got Mentara at Dergbold. Nice. Thank you for fishing problem. Honestly, me too. I mean, it's just because I really want to have a game like this for the longest time, and I always, I have been trying to find like other games that's similar to distract myself. Like the collecting leaf one, that one is good. And then there's also I played Lumberjacked. That's also like do mundane tasks to earn money and then become stronger in general. Ooh. And then I was spamming a lot of wet fishing when I was in a solo instance. Oh, Samsung Galaxy. Until there was a time where in the solo instance someone could join my game, and that is extremely disturbing, so I stopped playing wet fishing altogether. And it was such a missed opportunity too, because it's like a game like this, right? I want to fish, I want to get better gear, I want to get better at fishing, and then there's like supplements or like it's also like in this game there's potions, in that game there's like you can drink cola and then you can have like better catch rate and everything. Like the concepts are similar, right? But then that drove me off. That drove me off so hard. Oh, they get fixed and patched out hard. The damage to its reputation was kind of done already, though. Yeah, it's way too scary. It took a while for them to patch that out too. Must be a big hole. Because I was having that issue for like straight 2 to 3 days, I think. And it's like, yeah. The hackers were pretty anti-LGBT and kept harassing the game. I remember something like that. And then the devs eventually added like a straight title, because it's like there's like lesbian or gay title that costs like a little bit of money in the game, and then straight costs like 999 gold or something like that. It's like funny. Straight that cost 999, yeah, 5 nines. Funny. So after all of that, and then suddenly this world came out, and it's like, ooh. got super easily sucked in because it's essentially everything I like in one place. Fishing, preparation, upgrades, traveling, discovering, right? And enchantments. Everything in one place. And not to mention well optimized too, because holy shit, my PC is running this world at a good 40 to 50 FPS. For a huge world like this, that's pretty impressive. I like the addition of customizing our raw pieces here too. It's really good. And there's also like different line customizations and bubbles. It's pretty good. Good addition. I don't like binging games. I like to spread out my playing so I don't get sick of it after a week. That's fair. This one's a little bit different to me personally though. I cannot help but binge this one. It's it hits all the right spot for me. Like, wow, you know. So I just cannot help it. But yeah, I do see your point as well. I'm pretty sure if I were to binge something that I like but not as obsessed, I would feel like sick or burn out of that game quickly. No more Samsung Galaxy chasm. Big Tekken. There's no more places with words. I guess we can go to spooky place. Oh, there's boats, okay. Dragon's too big. We should be able to jump up. I think the only thing I'll add to this, like a screen you can play YouTube videos or Twitch streams that you can bring with you on a board. Oh, maybe. I can do a few things like sorting the fish. Ooh, sorting the fish sounds good. What else would I add? have no idea. This one feels really nice to me. Like the absolute minimal amount of microtransactions that can be looked away. Like, right? I mean, sell anywhere in bot spawner. I can live without that. So it's like minimal amount of microtransactions, which is really nice. Whoa. There are a few places I have not been to yet. One more pink? One more pink and then open sea would be like 100%. Oh. This is Tanglewood. I want to see how much I can sell for all the fish that I got. $80K? This one might have been the biggest haul, I feel like. Muddy swamp water? Ooh. Is Striker not drowning? I'm fishing dragon. Need more capacity? I mean, 200 seconds per fish does take a while. 2000 seconds. Ooh, sunset. I think that would still take like maybe an hour. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know there were like skill upgrades. Oh yeah, the skill upgrades, it's for your auto pet. Like for the frag, this thing. I don't think there's any like upgrades to like ourselves, but there's upgrade for auto pets. One point of luck. One point of luck doesn't seem like a lot, but I'll add it. Oops, all cobalt to the big dirt, because oops, all cobalt is a big dirt. Yeah. There's still Dirk, I see. Yeah. I want to be a Dirk in VR chat. Kaiju. Holographic tiny dolphin. Make the water look bad. And I pick dirt snack to interact with small people in a positive manner. I like that too. Especially when I'm still a kobold at heart. Oh, this must be the one that I need. Ooh.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
55. I'll just do the bounty. Wait. Hi, Pony and the Cheese. Both are friends, not food. Good for hoarding and hugging. Yeah. Hug your local couple. Fine. Those are some nice emotes. Giant Gaia. How giant is giant? Oh. Another one that's red.
The way you cast your line is certainly unique. Is that not how we're supposed to cast the line? I mean, I could try doing it like the very normal way, or like the way that I've seen most people do. It's so weird. You can cast it however you want. That's fair. But I can also see your point. The way of casting. You honestly get more distance the way you're doing it. It is kind of cheating. I did give it like a few spins before casting it. Build up the momentum and stuff. I think if I were to do that in real life, people would just many people would get injured. Samsung Galaxy. If you snag your shirt on the ground or hurt yourself, yeah, sounds about right. That looks like a Samsung Galaxy frog. Look, the place where headset and controllers and tray are the cast. Yeah, me too. do wonder if there's a way to buy potions in this game. At this size I can actually undercast it, which is fun. I do that, it doesn't get a lot of distance because of the elasticity of the line. Maybe you have to like use one hand and spin it around and then cast it. Like how you throw like a lasso or something. To keep it simple, that's very fair. Keeping it simple is always nice. I got chip. Blessed. I'm a little bit afraid. What if I actually like reach to Bunchy's level? And Bunchy mentioned that she was level 77, I think. What if I get there today? Nah, that would be wild. I got another chip. Did I get having too much fun with wing control? It's all good. I mean, having fun is always good, no? When does she have to couple for rain? Yeah. Free wing shelter. I should be happy that I leveled up, but the more I level, the more it is proven that I'm obsessed. Cradle. We swam and catching a surprisingly small amount of catfish. Does catfish live in swamps? I had no idea. I remember catching a lot of catfish in the desert area instead. And catfish are everywhere? And catfish looks kinda cute though. Oh wait, there is catfish. Channel catfish. Only one kind? Maybe this is another catfish? I think dunes. Yeah, there is. Goonge catfish. I remember catching this a lot. Goonge. Oh, there's another catfish in Coconut Bay. I think we let you fish and just play something else, unless you want to stop shortly. No harsh feelings. If Paul wants fish, he should fish. Okay, I do kind of want to fish. See, maybe next week or before next Monday, we could play as well. I'm so surprised that's kind of accurate. And then next week we could continue RV there yet on the second lap then. Sorry. Maybe I should apologize because it's supposed to be today, and then because I'm so obsessed with fishing that I just cannot stop. Wait. Gonna do my dailies. Dailies? Oh, this could be it. Oh, I already have this one. The bounties on the board. Oh, that's reset it daily. This one, right? Ooh, I mean, they do give a lot of money. But then, where can I get crab? Open sea. Also relic pieces. Oh, okay. Dragon. I wanna go open sea and catch myself crab. We can do bounty. I got my stick ride. Oh. Is dragon seated? Too big for dock A. Wait, what? I didn't know there's a too big option. Not letting me sit A. Oh, is it working? No? Yes? I actually don't know if that's working or not. Maybe there's other... don't think it is supposed to stay on. Okay. Looks like it'll stay on, I think. Oh, that looks like it's... Wait, no. Is it? Can't tell. That looks like it's snapped. That looks like it's seated, I think. Game hates you now? Oh no. It's okay, it looks like you're following. I think. Is it ping? I mean, I have 220 ping, so maybe. Okay, at least we're in the open sea now, so I can just like fish randomly here for a bit, for a crab. It's just not letting me snap to the chair. Oh. But it looks like you were following, so that's fine. I feel like crab shouldn't be hard to get. The avatar sit poses might have broken the chest for you. Maybe you have to like disable the poses before you can sit, question mark? Like snap to the passenger seat. Oh, I already got a crab. Okay. I'm ready to head back. Oh, looks like it's that. I guess we could go to... I don't want to go back there, the ambience noises is too much. Let's go back to Coconut Bay. It's so funny on my end. Oh, it's okay, I can see. Because of ping difference, I think you were like very way behind me. Yeah. So you were not blocking me at all. I'm gonna get the bounty. Can't wait to see what this is as well. Alligator gun? Is it here? Oh, it is. Fresh water? Okay, so it's here then. No fish here. Oh my god, first try. Blockfish, hogfish, 3 times relic reward. Hogfish, salt water. Okay, so it is still in Coconut Bay. I got lucky. Yeah, no more stick for dragon. Dragon has a new rod. Heck yeah. Oh. Oh my god, I brought it back. Spineback Ray. There's a new one. Oh my god, I got a new pink. Exotic. Lucky as heck. Red dark thing. Hey, the dragon has an auto pet as well. Is this red or is this pink? This feels red. Pink would be a lot more aggressive. Yeah. Oh, you got chip. Hi, Gayatan. Welcome. Brit. How Brit is doing it. What? On the workout minds. Is that gym? I think that sounds like gym. And bird gaining gains? Is there no hogfish here? Oh, for sure it says salt water. Hi, Nature Dragon. We can keep drink? Drake, yeah. I just enjoy this model while I can in VR chat. I mean, I'm only becoming a dragon in VR chat, but I'm still a kobold at heart. Cedric Silver Dragon, hi. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Usually I'm a kobold. It's just when I play VR chat, I kind of want to become a dragon a little bit. Your username looked familiar. Ooh. Now I feel bad because I'm not too sure if I heard of Cedric the Silver Dragon before. A tall small drink of water though? Tall small drink of water? In another person's stream, I just can't remember. I guess I do appear on other people's stream. Not a lot, but a little bit. Usually that happens when I raid out, I guess. Oh my god, it's so hard to get hogfish. This one. You're purple! No. you seem chill, so hey, I take that as a compliment. Heck yeah, thank you. I guess I do like being chill. Unless I'm playing Tekken, then that's a different story. Oh my god, it's Brekkie Fish. Brekkie Fish. You don't have follow alerts? Pretty sure I do have. Although, speaking of follow alert though, I cannot... It's kind of embarrassing. I should probably change that. I don't know when I got the courage to use that follow alert. The follow alert is pretty much just me saying hello and welcome, pretty much. Don't know why I got the courage to do that. Oh my god. Uh-oh, I'm not getting purple anymore. No, the game doesn't want to give me... doesn't want to give me relic. Oh my god. Ooh. Spineback Ray. I never realized, but Spineback Ray looks kinda scary. Traffic cone hat? Brekkie cone and traffic cone. Liu San Liu. Ooh, this one is 5 ton. Uh-oh. Oh, I got it. Thank you, Dragon Mama. The guys that play Starfinder today. Don't think I heard of Starfinder, but hope it was fun. Oh, we're getting a bunch of chips today. Eat the plastic bag fish. There's so many times I just want to eat the plastic bag, but the game doesn't allow me to. Damn, our DM hit us in the fields. It's Pathfinder but in space. Pathfinder is D&D, right? D&D in space. What? No eat plastic bag, what the heck? It's delicious, what do you mean no eat plastic bag? Pretty much, okay. Hi, Cobalt Girl. Welcome. Here, let me do this. I've seen you in Gold streams. Oh, I feel bad because I never really showed up on Cobalt Gold streams before. I feel like whenever Cobalt Gold streams, I'm like either sleeping, maybe. Thanks for the raid, Cobalt Gold. How was that luck? Oh, not shout out. Shout out. Hiya. Hope that luck was fun. Thanks for the raid, Cobalt Gold. Also, welcome in everyone. I'm still a kobold at heart, even though I look like a dragon now, but only in VR chat. I'm a kobold, I'm Tiora. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games, I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Doing good? It was fun? Some really funny moments? Yeah, sounds like a good time, alright. I'm just here kinda fishing. I am not obsessed with this game. I'm not. Oh my god. Oh no, I'm not. Oh no, I'm in denial. Oh my god, there's a Midas Rift. Dragon. Uh-oh, where's Mama Dragon? I wanna go to that. I wanna go to that Midas Rift. That's where we can get a lot of shiny. I think I saw Mama. Lots of shiny golden fish. We're going to Midas Rift. There's like a bunch of golden fish we can get. Yeah. Now it works? Heck yeah. Look at that. Big dragon. Look at this shiny place, oh my god. Oh yeah, if you need any post-stream care, Cobalt Gold, definitely go do them. Very important. Get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Getting a bunch of blobfishes today. Golden rubber duck, I'll take it. I will have just brushed your mom. Nice. Clean bold. Huge car. Ooh. What was that? A tiny herring? Wait a minute. A tiny herring would be nothing. What is this? Golden huge manta ray? Mine now. That was a big one. Honey, but I got a but. Ooh, golden. A tiny great white shark? Hi. I feel like tiny great white shark would be just a normal shark. Oh. Kinda scary doll. It's being hooked at the butt. Alright, let's see. I still need to get that hog fish, so let's get back to Coconut Bay. Yeah. Big dragon. Oh, something about looking at a big dragon running around like that just makes me feel so giddy. Well, that's pretty fun. Real check. Good enough. It's really hard to get a purple here for some reason. I thought my luck is pretty high already. Well, maybe not pretty high, but good enough, right? Oh, fish. No. My luck is at 125. I think that's pretty not bad, no? Index Coconut Bay. Freshwater, so it's salt. Yeah. It's a 50-50 and I hit wrong twice, I think. Oh. Wait. Oh. How did I get smiling like that? So I can hogfish. Give me relic. Give me relic. Nice. Maybe that's why it's so hard. It's the last one. Right, let's sell all we have and see how much money we get. That's a pretty good haul. 199k. The Shadow Merchant's not here anymore, right? Yeah. I mean, I already have a 250k rod, so to get a 750k might be. That's a very sturdy tree. Uh-oh. I'm almost level 60 now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Can I? Anyone in the chat? Oh my god, you got medic piece. Anyone in the chat knows if there's like a different auto pet that I can get anywhere? Oh, mahi mahi. I haven't been drinking water. golden mouth. Oh, that's burning. Still very shiny. There's a strange whirlpool. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a red one. Look, that's a strange whirlpool over there. I wanna go see what it does. Indeed. That's kinda hypnotizing. Ooh. I like this one. Kobo doing its best mood ring impression. Mood ring? I don't know what the mood ring is. Oh, goody, white check. What a strange purple even do? It was a ring that was said to change color with the mood you're in. Only change color based on temperature, but still fun. Ah. Oh, tiger huge cock. Oh my god, being pecked by Ibsen. Oh, I never... Did I say? I actually don't remember, but... Does Ixon wanna join with the fish young? Unless Ixon is doing something else? Oh... Huge meta rates, 4 ton, oh my god. Is manta ray even that big? If that big for manta ray, we can pretty much feed a lot of people with one single manta ray. Oh, can we eat manta ray? Is it safe? They do get pretty big, but as for eating them, I don't know actually. Fair enough. Oh, glitched huge sunfish, huh? 2 ton. That's my fish. Oh my god. Oh. And 2 tons of missing texture, exactly. But you heard that? Or was it just me? Was that in game? Was that? I don't think that's for my music. That was a weird spooky sound just now. Never heard of that. It's the first time I'm hearing that. You heard it too? Oh, I'm glad it wasn't just me then. And can confirm it's not from the music as well. The music is so relaxing. I know, it's kind of fitting with the fishing and stuff. Big dragon mama, big dragon mama. Oh, no more whirlpool. I'm joined by an EP. It's okay. If you're EP, then rest sounds pretty good, no? Get some EP. EP is always good. Oh. Is it not working anymore again? Oh. Big friend Derg? Yeah. I love big dragon. Oh. I wonder if it's actually the size problem. Tiny pet dragon? No. It's just she's temporarily becoming small because I don't know why when dragon big it's impossible to sort of sit on the passenger seat on thingy. Little Dirk. Should we fish here? This is a crescent Nile. I guess we can fish here for a bit. Why not? I think I can sell stuff over there as well. It's not like big for some reason. Oh yeah, does Dragon Mama wants any like... Oh, wait, I got a pink. Ooh, baby Megalodon? Baby Megalodon is fucking 83 ton? Excuse me? 83 ton? Jesus fucking Christ. Bye! Seeing a huge dragon model fishing for is adorable, I know, right? Mega Shark was like prehistoric giant shark, so damn. Ah. I guess I got lucky with the notoriously big then. Wonder how much this sells for. Holy shit, 83 ton for a baby Megalodon. It's crazy. I got Nemo. Imagine a human / kobold helping a giant dragon know how to fish using a pool. Schnook. That is pretty adorable. I feel like dragon doing anything is just cute. I like. want another baby megalodon. Parrotfish? This one's color is pretty cool. The carpenter dragons are a big love for me. Giant dragons wearing a woodcutter apron while building a house for people. Ooh. A huge snook. I still think dragon doing anything is just adorable. Using the body to saw and set while keeping human skin up. Or helping human skin up to hammer in nails. So, Breakfish? I don't think I've seen breakfish. Oh my god. I wonder if there's any other like line. I mean, the diamond shiny line is pretty good. Rainbow black scorpion fish. Rainbow black, huh?
Hello and welcome.
Imagine Neolithic humans and dragons working together to build a monument slash homes for dragons. It's gonna take a while, but hey. Also, nice. And thank you, Kobold, the small investigator. Hey! And then the Kobold friend. Usually I'm a Kobold, it's just when I'm in VR chat, I kinda want to use this model. Welcome, Kobold friend. Dragon. If humans want to live underground in the twisty non-Euclidean cave system, they are free to move in with me if they are peaceful. Remember, I'm not the only one to see how humans slash kobolds and dragons living together benefit both sides. No, I see that too. I think the playlist is not bad for fishing. I really like it. What? Electric cock? Whoa. Look, electric cock. Color shiny? Yeah. Look, it's Bracky. Bracky amazing. Does that word say school barracuda? I don't like barracuda. Like a Dory. I like the song by heart, but yeah, they kinda mean. There's a Barracuda song by heart. Or there's a song by heart called Barracuda. Is what I'm trying to say. Ah, okay. Barracuda bite heart. Being so many Dory. You're way too fucking big for this. I don't think I am. I'm 75 cm. Hi G. Am I? I should be. Yeah, I'm 75 cm. I like being shimmered. And I'm with a big dragon. Look. Hope Jade is doing it. Schnick. Too big kaiju dragon? Nah, there's no dragon that's too big, it's fine. I don't think this is Barracuda. I don't think this is the baby Megalodon, I think. That should be pink. Yeah, it's great white shark. Yeah. This Dergbold is very cute. I know, I just cannot help but use it. It doesn't really have Bracky energy, you know? I think I know what you mean, yeah. I don't know how to explain it, but when you say that, it's like, I kind of know what you mean. Like, kind of. Soul Dragon, my beloved. Here you go, Squish. Am I gonna get squished by Mizu? I mean, squished by Mizu Tsune. Sounds pretty good. Oh, you lost a rat? No. It's sad combo noises. I think getting a better rod might be a little bit easier to get the next rat. But this one probably stuck at Stardew Valley's fishing, and this is like pretty near the same. Yeah, it is. What is this color? Oh, it's this purple. Yeah, right. Am I getting colorblind? Oh my god. I personally really like the Stardew Valley fishing. I remember spending many hours just fishing in Stardew Valley. But it's like, because I have to go back to my home and sleep before 2 AM or else I'll faint. That's what I hate about the game. That's why I stopped playing Stardew Valley entirely. This one is a lot more forgiving of my experience. It sure feels that way, yeah. Hi Harskafu. Welcome. Hope you're doing it. I remember having all my skill maxed and fishing was like level 4. Oh. Because you fished like 3 times and then got nighttime again. Yeah, like, god damn it. And then I was like, no, I don't want to go back to sleep. And then my character is like, oh no, fuck you. Let me faint at 2 AM so that you lose your items. Like, huh? Thanks, game. And then there were a few times where I was trying to rush back home too, and then 2 AM exactly, the character would just be like, oh yeah, no, I'm just gonna fall asleep right outside my house. And then I'll lose items because of that as well. I was like, thanks, Stardew. The timer made the game kind of stressful for me, especially if you wanted to go far away or in the mine. Exactly! Mods, my beloved? Love being a nocturnal farmer? Are there mods that can disable time constraints? Or at least make the time move a lot slower? And I mean a lot slower. Golden Huge Nemo. There is both? Okay. Well, it's okay. I already have this game, so... This game allows me to play as a dragon, which is already a win. And then a fishing world like this, just for fishing. Another huge win. Modding community for Stardew is pretty big. I heard. There's even like a furry oriented mod overhaul for Stardew, I'm pretty sure. And I think there's also like a dragon oriented Stardew Valley mod out there. Oh my god, this could be lock-in. Armored brutefish? What is this? Keep your intro dark and date my girlfriend dragon who eats gems. This is like on the quality of a better Roblox game. I never played Roblox at all. Not that I want to. So I cannot really make a comparison here. But to me this hits all the right spot for me. That's why for the past 2 days I've been like totally obsessed. I'm not even gonna deny it anymore. I am absolutely obsessed with this one. There's no use denying it anymore, right? Eat gems? I don't know why, but I think of Cinder. It was the purple-haired girl who had a text about gifts being tasty and gems fit into that line. They changed the line, but more just put it back. Oh. Oh. Because I've limited space, honestly, would be an easy upgrade item. Yeah, you're right. I didn't really think about that. But yeah, if there's a limited space for this, I might not be as obsessed, I feel like. Or any game at all that has like a limited inventory space, it's just like, it always makes me hate the game just a little bit more. If a game doesn't allow me to hoard, I'll be sad. Not getting my megalodon anymore. I'm addicted to you even more now. Uh-oh. 120? Oh my god. Thank you, Peter. Also, morning. Morning, Dragon. And thanks for the 10 stream streak as well, Wildflower. Thank you. Hope you're doing good. Number 61 now, oh no. The more level I gain, the more obsessed I am. You know my paw? Yeah, I am. This is the perfect place to be. Oh. A gay fish.
Oi you, the cute little dragon in the corner. You are adorable and deserve pats. Pet, pet, pet. Good girl.
I did get a new fish. Eevee is always so nice. Oh, there was a hammerhead shark. I should drink. What's going on? Oh, oh. Uh-oh. She said a power surge might be storming outside. Power surge is like lights flashing for a split second, something like that? That sounds very scary. I'm sorry my stuff didn't go down altogether. Well, I sure hope not. Ixon is always so heckin' nice. I'll keep that in mind. But let's just hope that doesn't happen at all. It is hard to say when it's storming outside now. It doesn't really storm here as much. But whenever the storm happens, I would just close everything that my PC has. I'm a little bit afraid of like a sudden power loss and then just makes everything like force closes like that. Well, I don't know. Kinda scares me a little bit, that one. That looks like sparkling pool. Maddie Raid, hi, welcome. Hope you're doing good. I just gonna mention that usually I'm a kobold. It's just whenever I play VR chat, I just kinda want to use this model. But yeah, hope you're doing good. It's so melty and wet outside now too, so early spring showers, etc. Oh. Incorporating steppies? Not necessarily steppies, it's just a very comfy spot to be in. Gentle whole body pads? Exactly. Does Dragon has anything you want to upgrade? Like rods or bubbles or lines? Ferrari sell and see? Yeah. Why you stream next time? After today, most likely I'll stream on Wednesday night for a little bit. Hopefully I'll be doing art that time. There is a dirt? Yeah, I have to. Well, I'm still a bold at heart, so nice Dragon. Hope Celeste is doing it. Heck yeah, welcome. I just have to use this model because it's way too good for me not to use. Today was a mad day. Oh, sorry about that. I hope it gets better for you. Can I fish here? Oh! No way, can I fish? I will hug the Celeste Dragon. Oh my god, there's actually a fish here. Well, don't mind me fishing in fishing in the you can fish in the fountain. Whoa, in the purple? What is that? Permit. Oh yeah, I want to lock a fish. I just got a baby megalodon. That's like 83 ton. This one. Baby megalodon, 84 ton. Oh shit. Whoop. I guess this place is too small for this little shit. Luck. Oh, there's also a missing texture, 2 tons of missing texture. Oh my god. Oh, it's kind of stuck. Well, not my problem. God, I still cannot believe this thing is just a baby. It's crazy. That bumper. Luck plus 30. I mean, it's not as good as the shiny line, no? 25, 15, 15, attraction rate 10%. Yeah, this one is really good. Can you give me a helmet? As the cave crumbled, my friend Dergbold said he saw a tall dark figure running towards the exit. When I was sure what it was, Dergbold had his hand full gathering his tools and getting out of there himself. I hope this portal didn't bring anything unsightly into our community. What rod you got now? I have the 250k rod that you mentioned. What's it called again? Rust Fang. I have the Rust Fang rod, and I got notoriously big enchantment. That's how I got the baby megalodon, because this plus this is just enough to get the baby megalodon. Yeah. I got super lucky there. Can I take your helmet? When the portal was found and opened, we sent an expedition of 5 people in there. Hope they're safe. I'm not even sure if the portal still works or if it was destroyed. What do you mean, portal? Last time I get so lucky with enchantment. I almost exhausted all my relic. I just kind of spam and see if I can get any like purple ones. It's okay, I believe Becky can get lucky with enchantments as well. I put 50 relic pieces in it and I just got common and uncommon. Oh no. Oh, 50 relic pieces, so much, holy shit, how do you get that many? Crazy. I used, I remember using 2... I think I used 2 mossy relic. Yeah, I used 2 mossy relic. Communist model, Neferiti, I think? I can't... Yeah, I probably misspelled her name as well, I feel bad. Sorry. I already locked the baby megalodon, right? Yeah. The rest I don't mind selling it. Nefertiti? Okay. That's how it's spelled in VR chat. Oh, okay. What? Only 35k after fishing so much? Oh. I guess Crescent Isle is not good for earning money. Well, it is what it is. Unless that one baby megalodon, how much did it cost? Alright. 10k for one fish is insane. Only, yeah, I'm getting greedy now. Yeah, I'm getting spoiled and greedy. What? Yeah, I locked it. Banana. There's a mission that wants it. Oh, I'm glad I kept it then. Go, but maybe spoil just means I need to put it back in their place. Well, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I also have this thing. It's not as big as the baby megalodon, but it's not bad. Yeah. I really like this one though. Like this one looks like a dragon. This one looks like a dragon. Flop. No, but I didn't do anything. Finish? Yeah, huge finish. Oh. This is fine. Get down. There's a huge fish incoming. Oh my god. Yeah. Can I throw it? Oh. Holy shit. Oh. Oh yeah, I should check the boat prices. I have the dinghy, but what's the next one? I should check for the surfboard as well. Surfboard. Sunset. Sakura. Nice rice. It's it. This one's good. I already bought dinghy's one. This one is the purple dragon skin. The new is the, well, Celeste boat actually. Oh wait, it's called raw boat now. It's not. Oh, it's not. It's not canoe anymore. Did they update? Did they change it? I'm pretty sure I bought canoe. Did I not buy canoe? Also turn gay for a little yak. Little yak. Max speed 4-star. A luxurious Italian speedboat. Why does it have to be Italian? 1 million higher. What do you think it 1 million? Oh, look at that. That was quick. Where did Sally go? Uh-oh. Yikey peaky, don't. You know, I'm not even gonna. Yeah, it's fine. I don't think there's a rod here that's like above 250k. I want to go to the desert area and check for the prices. But I don't know where Dragon is. Savannah Rift? Is there like a rift somewhere? Oh, you see that? There's also Midas. Oh, hi Dragon. Dragon, look behind you. Should I buy the little yak? I mean, if I buy this little yak, it is faster. How much faster than Dinky? Oh, Dinky is 2-star. Oh, that's 2. Oh my god, that's double the speed actually. I'm buying it. I got the little yak. I have the little yak. Many color. Bubblegum pink. Fun dildo? Oh, it's fun dildo. Right, okay. I'll invite Bracky, it's fine. Where's Bracky? Where Becky? It's okay. It's fine, Dragon. It's fine. You guys heard nothing. It's fine. Is it this? Oh, Brecky's offline. It wasn't showing me as online. Weird. I should be online. Yeah, even my Steam is online. Oh, I see you in VR chat too. Weird. Huh. Yeah, I saw you online on Steam, but... Oh, showing me offline. Can I still invite Bracky despite Bracky being offline? I boop with Snowball. Boop sent to Bracky. Weird, do I have to reopen? Ah, but I'm lazy to reopen the game. No. I could still send join requests though. Let me try inviting Bracky through Steam. How about that? Nope, doesn't work. God damn it. What do I do? Oh. I guess I have to restart the game, no? I'll restart the game. And then I'll invite again. Home? No, home? No, home? No, close. Maybe a server thing, it shows me I have no friends. No, Bretty has friends. Also, oh no! Like, Kobo is back for a bit. My brain might actually be very dirty, wow. Oh my god, come on, I wanna play. Thank you. None VR. I want to fish. Man, I used to be so afraid of this sound. The VR chat loading music. Ding, 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 ding. Why? Because I'm always so anxious when I'm trying to join other groups. Now still anxious, but a lot lesser now. Whoa, the game is running at 60 FPS here? Holy shit, crazy. Alright, let's make an instance. This might be weird, but I still want to make a invite only instance. Should I do that? Is this so massive? Instant white features? Medalu? What? I cannot read that. Is this the coin pusher? No, right? Anyways. New instance. Others can, joiners can accept requests. I think that's fine. Join. I don't want to make a Japanese server. Because I feel if I use Japanese server, everyone might lag. Oh my god, Boxen? Oh my goodness, Boxen is back? I cannot believe it. I haven't heard Boxen in so long, oh my god. Boxen. Okay. Social. Oh, it might be a server thing. I have no friends now. In instance, it's just me. What? What did I do then? Oh no, I messed up. Recently seen. No. Oh no. Offline for 0 minute. Log into a different VRChat account. What if I try re-logging in? I could do that. Switch account. Yes. You ruined it? No, don't say that. I also wanted to let Brecky join. I've been booped. Oh my god, so many chewy rocks? Holy shit. Everyone is still offline. I'm online! Just saying maybe you should hide your screen when you're signing in. But no one saw my password, right? Seems like server having some issue. Aww, typical VRC moment. Aww. What? Aww. Aww. Password Dergbold. Oh no, I'm being called out. I cannot believe it. Oh my god, my password has been told. Oh no. Not like this. Is the email I'm worried about? Oh, that's not my email. That's my ID for VR chat. But yeah, I understand the concern. I should be hiding my screen when logging in next time. Bottom bold. Hey, oh my, it's my plushie. In progress. Schedule maintenance is currently in progress. We will provide updates if necessary. March 9, 2026, 8 UTC? 8點 UTC 啊 Unlucky. No, do I have to fish solo? My crane instance is owned by a group. How about this? Let me see if this works. What if I make a group? Can I make a group? I think I can, right? Okay, let's see. Recently seen. I can invite to group though. 8 to 12 UTC. No groups available. You must have a role with proper permissions to send group invites. How I add group ah? It's Gigas. VRC boxing? I can punch as a dragon? Yo. Beyond a bit? So no? Cannot read. Starlight Lane. Is this a bowling? Murder 4? That's not the one that I played, right? Sanrio Virtual Puro Entrance? Puro? Isn't Puro from Changed? I mean, I guess I like Puro. The rat, oh my god. I'm just thinking of Captain Wayne last night. Captain Wayne. Fine, I'll go fish alone. What if I put friends? You know, what if I put friends? Yeah, join. I've been stressed today, but watching your streams with the music is really calming. Thanks for being chill and sweet. I'm just glad I can help a little bit. Heck yeah. Night, Salik. I'm glad to be able to help a little bit. Oh, that's how you get the capybara. I just kinda hope... I kinda hope that there's a way to buy potions. I'm too small, I can't even reach the play button. Oh my goodness. I wanna try my little Yi. My little Yi. Oh, I haven't got the skin yet? That won't do. I don't think it's a good idea to let a kobold handle a vehicle. That should be bigger. No. Wait. I should be bigger. 1.5, 1.3, 1.3. Yeah, I can see this enough. Holy fast. Holy fast. I know what to do with this. Alright, turn slowly, slowly. Alright, we're almost at the good angle. Okay, okay. Turn. Kill that dog. Yeah. That's good enough. Alright, I'm here. Why is there Power Ranger? Really? Need help with something? Actually, I do. I lost my board keys a couple days ago. I was eating my pastrami sandwich and then I turned around and poof, my keys were gone. I don't really know what happened. Maybe a bird took them away somewhere high? If you find my keys, let me know. Okay. I didn't know I didn't know Celeste in this game. I'm gonna go EP Night Cowboy and Friends? Of course, have a good EP, Ixon. Thanks for hanging around. Alright, what skin do we want? I forgot to become small. My cannon height 0.75 meters. Look at my little year. Hot reels 34K. Oh my god, what the heck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's 100K. Okay, okay. 100K is fine. And then of course the fun dildo. Don't worry about it. Bubblegum pink. Glacial. I mean, bubblegum pink is good enough. I would get the fun dildo just for the name alone. Okay, then I'm not gonna use it. Whoa! Oh my god, that looks so cool. It's leopard? Leopard patterned? I'm stuck. Well. Nice. I'll try to drive around, I guess. Wait, no, we need to find a key for Sally. Somewhere up high. That looks cursed. Can I take your helmet? Can I not take your helmet? I guess not. I mean, there is a place where I need a helmet to proceed, but maybe there's some way that I can get the helmet. Oh my god, is that Shadow the Hedgehog? Hi, Shadow. Don't talk to me. Okay. What the heck do you want? What the heck? Wow, yo, language. Buzz off. Yo, language. Oh my god. I'm a fucking family friendly stream, you ass. What are you doing? I love fishing. I mean, if it's somewhere up here, could it be here? I supposed to be here? Hello? Are you gonna... I'm looking away. Are you gonna scare me? Hi? Whoa. Windblower. How did you get in here? Only people of great strength can breach my force field. I'm super powerful. I just walked in. You just walked in, you say? That's odd. You must possess great internal strength to be able to walk through my barrier. Huh? My name is Windblower. Windblower, huh? I'm the last remaining wizard of Aqualon, after the great splash 200 years ago. The arts of celestial magic have been mostly lost. I alone am the last practitioner of the type of magic. It has been passed down to me through generations. Alas, I need money to help fund my research, which is why I'm willing to sell relics to you. Please take a look at my little table. Table? You need anything? What's the pitch black in here? You think I'm just going to let anyone see all my secrets? I am using magic to hide my super awesome house from sight. Maybe one day I will reveal it to you, but that day is not today. I'm a little shy. Hey, fair enough. I'm not gonna like try too much. The Great Splash. 200 years ago, a large astrostation. How do you even read that word? Astrostation. I'm the best. Crashed into our ocean. The ripples and waves caused a great and violent flood. Billions of lives were lost. Wow. Now our waters is all out of whack. These giant spacefaring whales are so big that they contain entire self-sustaining ecosystems. By crashing into the water of Aqualon, all of the fishes inside the whales spread all over our oceans. So is that why we can have infinite fishes here? Amazing. Why's the head so long? It's the only head I own and it's a little embarrassing, but I've been a little worried about my balding head. I used to have long luscious hair, you know. Bagel said I was a 5 on the Norwood scale. That really made me self-conscious. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Okay, it's getting... Are you getting darker? 5k for an old relic piece. 100k for a powerful relic. Mysterious blue gem. Shiny, let's hope it's useful. Can't afford. God damn it. I need this shiny. Not crap. Discovered Fae or the wizard. Wonder how... Am I not supposed to be able to get in? Here, have this. Don't worry about a baby megalodon staring right at you. It's totally fine. It's not gonna eat you or anything. Maybe. I don't know. So actually I have... Oh my god. God damn it. Oh no. Okay. I have this. I forgot how I got it.
And welcome.
But I have the shiny. Dabby is great 2019. Hi, thank you. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Well, I'll leave you here. Not that I want to buy anything. Still can't join my end. I think the social menu stuff is going to be down till 7 AM EST. That's what the memo said anyway. Oh. Yeah, no one's online here. Aww. pineapple. Well, unfortunate timing. I wanted to fish with Dragon Mama in Breaking. If I want money, I think the desert area is like the best, right? It's the best place for the money. Can I fish in this tiny pool? Oh my god, the sun is shining directly in my face. Nope. Oh, it's the same as Crescent Isle fish. Okay, good to know. It happens, yeah, still. Unfortunate timing. Can I cheat? Alright, let me begin. Oh my god, begin. Holy, everything is so small. Mega begin. Oh my god. I can see why I'm stepping in. Oh my goodness, the mega begin worked. Or not? Oh, I was so close. Oh. Don't worry about it. Oh, I was 5 metal. Must have my cannon height 75 cm. Okay, now that we're here, we can go summon the boat. Oh yeah, it's supposed to find the key. That is actually just Shadow the Hedgehog. Oh my god, it glows! Holy shit! It glows, oh my god. Oh my god, it's so good, it's so good. Alright, where's the desert? That's the starting area. Can I get into a lighthouse? Is that a purple word? I see it brief. I see it like very slightly. Oh, it's Celestial Chasm. Nah, Celestial Chasm is only getting like Samsung Galaxy fishes. It's okay. I want to check out the lighthouse. Maybe I can get in now somehow? Maybe. You never know. They scared the fuck out of me. There's a nitro on this thing? Holy shit. Oh, look, it's this guy. It's this guy. I found him. Yeah, I bought the slime from this guy. This bobber. This one. I bought the bobber from you. Burrow Cerberus. Luck plus 25. Strength and expertise minus 15. Strength minus 5, expertise minus 15. How is that good? And it costs 35k for a line. I would buy it if I have 35k though, but I don't want to use it. And then yeah, there's the rune steel rod. Yeah, it can withstand so we'll do 100k. That's why I wanted the 700k round, but it's a little bit too much. Big. I cannot get him. So there's nitro in this thing, huh? I'm sorry about the drum noises. Apparently there's a Chinese lion dance going on here. Holy! Luna Festival has 15 days of Luna Festival is already gone, and then they're still playing Chinese lion dance. Crazy. So this is Tanglewood. Where's the desert? Oh, there it is. Intro. It's so loud. Oh my god. Wait, no, that's not the. What? I'm stupid. School of Common Stingray. I don't want Common Stingray. Oh, you fished a second powerful relic. I just saw that, I think. I missed it. Hell yeah, second powerful relic. Breaky is gonna be so powerful. Hello, any scrap here? No scrap? Hi, yeah. Wait, let's get going. That's okay donuts, right? I think I've seen some videos of donuts on Twitter. Hi, Demi Snake Gaming. Welcome. Just gonna mention that usually I'm in trouble, but because I'm playing VR chat, I kinda want to be Dragon for a bit. Hope you're doing good. Where's the desert? There's the desert. Wait, no, that's not the desert. Are you the desert? No, where's the desert? What? Oh my god, am I Stinky Dum Dum? Where did the desert go? There it is. Hiya. Another celestial castle. Do we want Samsung Galaxy fishes? I mean, why not, right? We can get some Samsung Galaxy fishes. Right, here we go. Time to do a little fishing. Oh, there we go. Samsung Galaxy Fish. Huge seahorse? Uh-huh. I guess that's pretty huge, huh? Ooh, right in the middle. I'm surprised my webcam is still working despite the sun is shining directly at my face. Ball. There's no need to use the turbo, it's so loud. I didn't know the little yak is so fast. Whee! I'm here. Alright. Do I have Gamba? No, okay. Let's go fish some money. I think the Oasis is like the best for money, I think. Also, I kind of want to check this one out as well. If that rune steel is 700k, and this one costs 750, I think? Yeah, how are you? Attraction rate minus 10%, that... Oh, that's a mega lucky though. Ooh. Yeah, this one costs more than the rune steel rod. I don't know. This one adds 10% to... Oh wait, the rainbow slime does it as well, right? Yeah, alright. It's a 50k difference, but I might get the pharaoh. Actually no, I wanna get the rune steel. I feel like rune steel doesn't have any like minus stats, right? Oasis. Do I have potions? No potions. I don't even know how to get more potions, but it's fine. Oh, you got mossy relic? That's crazy. Armored brutefish? What? You got red? You got 2 red? Oh my god. My autopad is correct. Giant squid and armored brutefish, how the fuck? Well, thank you, autopad. Time to earn money here. I don't know if we need like 85 ton weight here. Because this Rust Fang rod is less luckier than the Fortunate rod. Let me try changing it. Let's use the Fortunate rod. This one. 125, 155. Attraction rate at 70%. Quick catch rate 75, 55. 1500 kilogram. I'll give it a try. Oh. An Aaron Dragon. Hi, welcome. You're doing good. I just want to mention that usually I'm a kobold. It's just when I play VR chat, I kind of want to be a dragon instead. It's fresh water. Could this be salt water then? Sure looks that way. I think you're a cool... Oh. I don't know if I'm cool. Strong agree, oh my god. I do feel a little bit embarrassed that I am so obsessed with this fishing game here for the past 2 days. Or yeah, about the past 2 days. But thank you, Celeste. Do I want to fish here? Maybe I should try fishing at salt water. I want my favorite spot. Electric huge wahoo! Oh my god, wahoo! Right on the flower? Crazy. Haven't seen this color in a while. Oh. Samsung Galaxy fish. Oh my god, the way they're looking at me is so scary. I don't like that. That face screams red flag. Sandy Breen. Gosh, I know I say this multiple times already, but ooh, I'm just so glad that I've been introduced to this like world, because this like I like fishing a lot. I really do, and there are other like fishing games that I bought and played. It just doesn't hit the spot as much as this one. This one just hits all the right spots for me. Like this explorations, upgrades, enchantments. Really good progression actually. And a shiny line even, look at that line. Shiny. A huge variety of modifiers for fishes as well. Balakuta. And most importantly, I think this game is not too stingy with their rarities, I would say, right? Like even when I first started, I don't have any like luck points or big catch rate. I can still sometimes get a purple, even gold sometimes, right? It's like, yeah, the common ones are, well, common, but the rare ones, they appear just enough to make it so that it's not too boring in general. The excitement is there, right? I don't know how, but they nailed the rarity percentage, something like that. The gacha rate. I don't know how to say that actually. The appearance rate. I think that's the word. It's nice. And with that, plus the progression, right? Earning money is not too difficult. Yeah, it's actually not too difficult, I would say. Or maybe because I'm obsessed, so it's not difficult, but it's hard to say. Wow. I mean, imagine this little bolt just like very obsessed with the game. I can sit down and fish for 5 hours according to OBS. Saying that the game is easy to earn money, maybe that's a little bit inaccurate, but I'll still say it. more wahoo. Wahoo. Being cute for a whole 5 hours. But I'm just fishing though. Huge wahoo. Getting a lot of wahoo here. I know what to do. Alright, you stay here. You are my lucky charm now. Alright. I'm gonna hack and smooch too. Oh. Hey, I'll be happy to get a smooch from Dragoness. I blush way too much. Getting a lot of bream here. Maybe a little nibble as well. A little nibble from Dragoness. Oh my god, I like that. Although, considering the size difference though, I feel like a little nibble might be a bite. Maybe it could be a bite. There's cock here as well? Crazy. I'm changing gear. Let's try the fortunate route. Do you want a bite? Hey, gentle bite I like. Holographic wahoo? Okay, time to switch my lucky charm. You are now my lucky charm, stay there. Oh yeah, shiny. And sometimes I feel weird, right? Because as a kobold, right? I'm not like I really love to I really love to stay in a dragon's maw. Like that, just thinking about it makes me happy actually. But then it's like I'm not really into vor, so it's like a conundrum. Like sometimes it's weird to like explain it, right? Like explain to people saying that hey, I like to stay in maw, and then saying that but I don't like to get eaten though. So demanding. Yeah, sometimes that makes me feel weird. Like, I guess I'm a kobold through and through, but not really into Vorpal? I don't know. What? Hi, Sola. Welcome. Look at the dragon. Tongue bed for Tiara? Yeah. It's a very dragon-shaped Tiara. I know. I just kind of want to use this model when I'm playing VR chat. Makes me feel happy. Looking at this model also makes me want to update my model a little bit as well. So, hey, maybe in the future where I feel like I want to do more art, I can update my model. I want to give like... Ooh, I don't know about lipstick, but eyeliner? Eyelashes? I could do that for you. Dragon, this is so nice. No, it's Nomf the Tiara. Nomf is fine, just don't eat. Don't eat the couple. Oh. Frozen huge hair. Maybe I need a different. I need a different lucky charm. Hawaiian untriggered. Where's my lucky charm? Okay, maybe I need to change one. Maybe I need my banana. Alright, you stay here. Alright, banana, you are my lucky charm now. Now try and hold myself back from eating. Thank you. See, that's also why I feel weird as well. Like usually staying in malls should also be close to close to getting eaten and stuff like that, right? I'm like that close, but no, I'm so weird. My God. Oh, blessed. Oh my God. Speaking of blessed, I haven't seen a cursed fish for a long time. Tira's pretty tasty. I guess he can taste me, like really taste me when I'm staying in the mall, huh? Drew a couple then got down the draw. Of course, okay. So, you know, I feel like I'm bullying the dragons as well by doing this. Oh. Emerald check. That's a very jumpy wahoo. Nice. You can invite now? Oh. Let me fish this junk. Oh my goodness. Even though this is a friend's instance. Oh my God, everyone's online now. Where's Brecky? Brecky's still offline. Oh no! Wait, but Brecky is in this instance now. How is Brecky offline?
In Carol City.
Oh wait. Do you want to get invited, Becky? Avalon Dragonheart. Hi, welcome. Alright, time to bed. I had to numb kobold first time. Okay, just don't eat. Just don't eat. No eat. Oh, should we up and running again? Apparently. If you want, I mean, I'm sure you guys can just join this instance, I think. I believe I made this into... I made this a friends instance, I think? How can I see? It only shows active on other platform. Well, I can still invite Breaky if you want. Our favorite friend. Oh wow. Yeah, okay. Alright, one. And then I'll invite Dragon Mama. I'm here. Oh, you're in. Oh, okay, okay. You want to fish with me in the desert area? Okay. I didn't see that. Hey, Becky is here too. I wanna cheat. I know teleportation. I'm too big.
Hello.
Hello. There we go.
You're too tall again.
Yeah.
Eat
Big
Brecky and a big mama dragon. I wanna sit in Brecky's boat. There's one more passenger if you wanna join.
Oh, I thought you were gonna join them big.
Yeah. Big dragon taking two small dragon on the track.
You wanna fish here?
We could fish there for a bit. I wanna change. Okay. Since I have this on a like a friend instance, I guess anyone in chat who wants to join can feel free to join now. Tiny cat. Oh my god. That's a big breaky fish.
Could be bigger.
Oh. Oh, that's so cursed. Oh my god.
Green tiny manta ray.
Green tiny manta ray. That's still big.
I got a normal size green manta ray already.
Oh, are we gonna get irradiated by staying here?
I think we're safe.
Yeah, I think we're safe. We're not touching the water. Gonna get motion sickness looking down at the spinning symbol. Oh no. I'm not too sure how to stop the motion sickness.
Yeah, try to maybe get an island in the background, because then you have a reference point and that doesn't look like it's spinning.
Oh. Like you can cast and then you can move. Can you look up? Let me try. It's kind of possible to look up and avoid the spinny symbol. Oh my god, Brekkie, can you pet the Brekkie for me, please? There's a request from Jade. Now I have to, but I have no hands.
Good luck.
And Jade is giving me a tough task here. Okay, how about... I get an idea.
But I can sit down in a second, I'm fishing.
It's okay, Jade. I'm gonna... Oh, I have no wings. Okay, how about
Thing is gone.
counter offer? Counter offer. I'm showing my
One second,
belly.
I'm fishing.
To those who doesn't know, I'm showing my belly. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Counter offer.
Let's go to the desert.
Okay. Oh, there's a huge belly behind you.
Yes. Oh my god, you're sitting while laying down.
I think we're both seated.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a fucking luxury speedboard. Brekkie is rich. Berkey has the money.
Jira already has a better boat than me.
I actually have a little yak. I don't know if that's better, to be honest.
Also, I can't see the chat, but hello, Jake. No, the boat is better than you have. This one is like the third cheapest one.
This is the enthusiast boat, I think. It's okay, don't tell Jade.
Don't tell Jade, but I think Jade is a cute bird.
That one I have to tell Jade. Jade cute bird. Getting cuted on. I leveled, oh no. Every time I level, it means that my obsession is getting worse. Oh no.
You have far surpassed me already.
I've
been playing for a few days longer.
I cannot believe I'm already level 63. Not cute, ferocious. Wow, kinda hard to pronounce that. Oh, pink.
Pink is impossible to catch.
Yeah, it's really hard. I have to get lucky with the... Oh! I got the baby
Never mind,
Megalodon!
it's easy for you.
It's 83 ton. There is the carp that
I need to
swam
get
out.
a Megalodon because I found a guy who wanted one.
Oh, I haven't found them yet. Swam out the waterfall and became a dragon.
I can show you.
I guess that could work. Hi, Nina. Ooh. Then we can assume that you'll be fishing for the foreseeable future. Yeah. Maybe. Gomo is doing pretty good today. I cannot lie to myself anymore. I am so obsessed.
Huge manta ray.
Huge manta ray. Also hope you're doing good. Welcome in.
This rod is very distracting in my face.
Which one? Oh, my rod?
This,
Mantare. Tiger's
got an
doing well.
enchantment of my rod that gives me 5% of the salary of every fish in cash immediately. And I got like 10,000 gold from that already.
Ooh. Wow, wow, wee, wow, wow. Hi. Welcome in. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Love that name. You're putting the rod in Bracky's face. Shake my head, my head. I have to. As a kobold at heart, I cannot help myself.
Oh!
Ooh. Big. so many edgy fish here. And now time for crab? Hmm?
Tiny great shark.
Tiny great white shark. I love when names contradict themselves. I remember the tiny giant squid. Called a bit negative crab. Oh. I'm actually so glad that Celeste introduced me to this world. Oh my god. Shadow sunfish. Kinda hoping there'll be more fishing game like this in the future. It's gonna be like a Pokemon game for me. I'm gonna fish them all. You're welcome, Tara. I'm glad to see you like this world. Hey, yeah. I super like this world. Tiny dragon. DM'd you something? Oh, okay. I'll take a look. It's Sappho time? Oh. Kitty amazing.
I fished a second powerful relic earlier. Oh, I already told you that, right?
Yeah, but
I'm sorry.
no. It's worth celebrating because it's powerful. Also, I haven't forgotten Celeste. I'm just kinda shy doing it here. That's the first I saw a pink. Oh. You get it next time, Dragon Mama.
Pink, so it took me like 10 attempts before I got my first pink. They're so difficult.
It also took me multiple times as well. It's tough. Hey. Sorry, just but still, I'll do it when I feel comfortable enough. Definitely. It's only fair. I'm seated.
Oh.
That's a very sturdy bolt.
There's a dragon when I look away. If I look over, the dragon disappears.
Powerful motor and just holding on to the side. If it works. If it works, it could. Lost my fishing skills. Oh, I can still see it. Holy shit.
Oh my god, why is it so?
I'm fishing. I got a wahoo. Oh yeah, my boat is here. I forgot. Moonrain. Oh my god. Moonrain. Oh wait, it's Moonrain. I haven't listened to Moonrain in a while.
See what I get with this new rod.
Mm.
New set of shredder.
You're gonna get the rust fang as well. It's a cool name. I like the glowing. I like the glowy bits as well. I got taken.
Music is so nice.
Yeah, the Moonrain is great. Binek? Binek? What's Binek? Oh, Binet. Oh, it's the fish that we were talking about. We were doing a lot of research on yesterday. That's a very cool fish. Uh-oh, no more Moonrain music.
Oh. This tail is incredibly distracting right now.
My tail?
Yeah. Oh, that was it with the pink one.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
With the tits.
I will apologize. I didn't know you were having a pink one. I'm sorry. my tail too big. Wahoo.
Sit down here, the tail shouldn't be in my face.
Hopefully my tail won't block your vision again. Wahoo. We love Wahoo. Wahoo. I need to open up the lights, it's getting dark. My camera can barely catch my face anymore. Oh.
This new fishing rod makes the fish a lot easier.
I think it does, right?
I'm trying.
I will. Oh. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. I'll be right back.
Good luck. Very cool. I don't have to open up the one outside. It's already open. Nice.
Thank you. So now it took me this long to realize Brecky was using headset. Brecky sneaky. I'm actually kind of curious, Brecky. When you use VR headset, don't your eyes get like painful or tired after like a while?
Absolutely.
Because it feels like it's just projecting screen to your eyes almost directly because they are that close, right?
I think it's actually pretty comfortable. Of course, you can't do this as long as sitting in front of a normal desktop.
Okay.
And I've definitely been too much on this headset for the past weekend.
Is it because of the fishing?
Yeah, it's got a finish.
We love fishing. Oh, I want to read that. Oh, I don't like
All I'm
blobfish.
missing in this area is the big finch.
Yeah, I think I'm missing one only. When I'm in VR, my eyes don't hurt, but my eyebrows get sore from being pressed against. Ooh. Yeah, I assume they have to be like super tight so that you can look at the entirety of the screen that's right in front of your eyes. But then again, I never had VR experience before, so I can't tell. I'm just speaking out of like without knowledge here.
It definitely gets strained because
Oh,
I'm not someone who sits in front of the computer all day, every day.
oh. Blast peanut. Ooh, that's really good. I think blast is 3 times the money. I think, I'm not too sure actually. I think I heard Bunchy told me about it.
I'm gonna go and try on my fishing rod.
Okay. Tiger huge peanut. That's just a goddamn barcode. Balak. Honestly, at first when I joined this fishing world, I thought my PC would not be able to handle this world, considering how vast this place is. But then it's like the game runs at like 40 FPS, it's like, oh my god, it works. Crazy. I'll take it any day. Huge amberjack. I thought that's a blast fish. Cover too small to stand on water floor? Yeah. I can swim though. A little bit. Before I drown. I actually don't know how to swim in real life, and I'm kind of afraid of like water on my face. I don't know why, but when there's like water on my face, I just feel the extreme need to wipe them off. And when there's like water, when I'm underwater, I'm absolutely terrified to open up my eyes. I don't know, it might sound stupid, but I feel like if I open up my eyes underwater, I feel like the water is gonna rush into my brain and I'm gonna drown. I know it sounds like so silly, but that's how I feel. There's a seed on your face? Oh, wait, there's... Wait. Am I? Where am I? I'm moving? I don't know where I am. Oh, I can fish here. Am I on a dragon snoot? Pick up Kobo by scruff of neck. I don't see dragon now. That's my own leg. I think it's because I cannot look back. It's okay. I'm okay with this. What? There are seats on the back too that might be more comfortable. It's okay. I'll stay here for now. Actually, this is kind of giving me a little bit of motion sickness. I'm like slanted to my vision. Oh. I think I'm on? Yeah. Oh my god. Heck yeah, I'm a platinum tier mount. Platinum tier mount dragon. I'm getting a lot of wahoo here. Creature, hi Heckblade. Creature. I cannot really get the last pink. Oh. Or, like, I don't think I've seen pink in this place. Hope you're doing good, Heckblade. I didn't say it's freshwater or saltwater. I mean, this one's freshwater. I got the banana. There's no way there's gonna be both freshwater, right? I guess chances are low, but still. I'm heckin' restless. Oh, well, whatever it is, I hope you feel better soon. Hopefully. I almost had the pink for here. Oh. So there is pink here. Unless it's not here, we have to go outside. This is Dunluxia. Wahoo and everything is here, so it should be the same place. Brekkie is at the boat area, right? I got it here. It's where you put your tail in my face. Oh, right. Shit. I forgot that. Oh my god. I'm sorry. That is totally on me. See the word and we'll ride off? I think we'll stay here. I want to try to get the pink. Maybe I should try my mega lucky rod. This one. That's why I don't care, it's funny. Okay, at least it's funny. I'm bound to go on a rampage at any point, methinks? Huh? That doesn't sound good. Where'd you get that lucky rod from? From the place where we can buy paints for our boat in that town. This one costs 75k or 55k, I believe. I think 75k. Yeah. And then I got real lucky with the enchantment for this one. I got the light speed real attraction rate plus 40%. So it's like a really fast fish. couldn't get anything too big, but I can get fish really fast. Oh. Fish spin? Yeah. Gonna spin them. You spin them for more value. That's a lie. I used one of my fancy relics because I wanted to see what it does, and I got a purple. It gives me 25% attraction rate and plus 30 big catch rate, and I have no idea what it does. Wait, 25% attraction rate is pretty good. I think attraction rate is when there's a bite on the bait, on the cast. And the more attraction rate there is, the faster it's gonna get like a fish. Big catch rate, I'm not too sure what that does. I don't know if big catch rate means that it's like higher chance to get huge fish, like huge modifier fish. Ooh, I'm level 65 now, oh no. I feel like there are much better ones for purple, but whatever shows my RNG. Oh. Well, there are ways to buy powerful relic. It's just very expensive. It's 100k per relic. Welcome back, Brecky. What if I need the mega weight? Okay, I'm switching back to rust thing. It feels like I probably need more weight to get the pink. Oh, I got a barcode. from dragon for now. I want a fish on a rock. I'll fish on a rock for now. I was more confused that there was one in the mouth, to be honest. Also expecting a pickup seat. I like that one. If only I can see it. That was a free uppies. I was thinking that maybe I can get to level 69 today, but I'm a little bit scared if I can do it. Level 69 because I'm currently level 65. Yeah, nice. I want to get a nice number. I feel like it's probably gonna take a long time, so well, chances are I'll get 69. I'll get level 69 off stream. If I do, I'll just take a screenshot. Just a second. I know that name. No dragon? Hi Fermi. I might need to change my lucky charm. I need my big ass baby megalodon again. Whoa. No, my lucky charm. Okay, there you go. Oh my god, it actually got stuck at the Maybe I'm not as lucky as I thought, huh? I think banana better. Okay, there we go. Banana, hi.
Hello.
Eat dragon.
Hi. Oh my goodness.
Bricky.
I got the pink one.
You got the pink one? Oh my god, what is it?
And it's Shadow.
And Shadow? Wasn't that... Wait,
1 second.
that wasn't the Mantare? Oh my goodness, it looks so stupid.
I have no idea what this is.
Whoa.
Oh, it's
Alright, that's the lucky charm as well.
It is a shallow nodon. That's the thing. 34,830.2 kilograms. So you should be able to fish it.
Wow, that's huge. Huge fish. I want it.
100% in the dunes.
At least I'm glad I was right about the freshwater and saltwater thing.
I'm gonna sell it.
How much does it sell for? Breaky's so strong, holy shit.
That's fantastic.
I wanna know.
Yeah. 19,892 coins.
It's 90, it's not 19, right?
Oh, yeah, 19.
Oh,
19.
Still, holy shit, for one.
For one fish.
Holy shit. Oh, my sale is only
This-
67.
This new rod is crazy. Makes it
Right?
like the pingfish now is as difficult as the redfish before.
Right? It makes fishing the pink one a little bit easier. I sold all my wow.
Makes me feel like I got an upgrade.
It's a really nice upgrade.
Alright, I will go now. I have to eat food.
Okay, I'm probably gonna have to go eat food as well
Bye.
soon. Hecky. Bye bye, Brecky. Gosh, I need to get I need to get food soon as well. Aw. But I want to fish more. Was fun fishing with Brecky? Heck yeah. We love Brecky. Next time I get that Megalodon? Heck yeah, you're gonna get that Megalodon, I believe.
Hello and welcome.
Give me a second. Weather Dragon Horde. Ooh. Hi Dragon, welcome. Usually I'm a kobold, but when I'm playing VR chat, I just kinda prefer to be a dragon. Welcome, hope you're doing good. Thanks for the follow. Good moon rain.
Oh, let's go.
Moon Lane. You must listen to moon rain music. Hey, I've seen this map in the popular list for a long time, but I never really seen it until now. Oh, what the heck? Unlucky, Brecky. Unlucky. It's okay. I'll fish many for you. I mean, I only know about this map 2 days ago, and then I've been absolutely obsessed with this because I love fishing a lot. If you like fishing, then it's highly recommended for you to check out this map as well. It's really good. Of course, straight after I leave. It's like Breggy has blasted us with moon rain. Good artists behind the modeling too. Definitely deserves the support. Yeah. Oh, that's red. Oh. At least it's a dragon. The Moonray music is so short? Hiya. My frog is full. Oh, 1 orange. Or 1 gold, I think. Yeah, 1 beanie. Am I seeing it right? That's a powerful cast, holy shit. The roll bone, hey. How's the fishing going? Going pretty well. I am definitely not obsessed with this one. I definitely do not get to level 65
Hello, and welcome.
in just 2 days. Nope, didn't happen. Your line didn't happen? Looks about right. Also, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Usually I'm a cobalt mode, just when I'm playing VR chat I prefer to be a dragon. Just wanted to mention that. To anyone new who doesn't know. Do you probably have to take off soon, by the way? Of course. No problem. Appreciate Mama Dragon being here with me the entire fishing session. You know, I should be happy when I level up, but not anymore. Every time I level, my obsession grows. Oh no. Hey, nice. Oh. Huge wahoo. An edgy fish. Oh, hi Kaya Cutie. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Burning seaweed?
Burning Steve.
I hear Steve. Poor Steve. Hi, Lex. Oh my god. Hope Lex is doing it. Have a change of scenery. We're gonna fish where Brecky was fishing. Have to work soon, but glad to catch couple. I'm probably gonna end soon as well because the hungry is setting in. And Kobo wants food. I don't know. I don't know if I want to stream until like 8:30 p.m. like last night. I mean, I will if I can, but I'm hungry. I think good luck with work later, Lex. Too much fishing. I feel like my brain doesn't work anymore. Is that normal? Is it normal to fish so much that my brain doesn't work anymore? Holographic wahoo. Definitely get some good loans, combo some good loans. Yeah, it will do. I even check what time's now actually. Lens combo. It's 7:30 p.m. Gonna take off? Of course, it's fine. It's nice fishing with you today. Combo like Deck and Mama. Sounds like we should keep fishing until it works again. What works? I don't think I'm getting any expensive fishes here. I really want that pink. It's been all of like, it's been all white, green, blue. And a number of wahoo as well. Hey, Frontier in chat, thank you, Mama Dragon. See this spot I've been hitting over on Crescent, that's fast and dorky? I fish in a tiny fountain in the middle of town. Oh yeah, I just discovered that I can fish on the fountain today. Which is kinda funny, I like it. More wahoo. I should drink. While fishing? Yeah.
Impero TV.
Thank you, Dragon Mama. Alright, once we get to level 67, then I'll call it a day. Unthinkable noises. It is authentic. Bleached a huge barracuda. This place's fish feels quite rare. I mean, it's not like my luck. 125 is pretty good, I feel like. I guess I'm probably gonna hear some high-pitched car noises. Stinky car. Tiny wahoo. Is there only wahoo on purple? Wahoo salt water. These two is fresh water. Yeah, okay, there's only Wahoo is purple here. Purple is nice. Yeah, that's red.
Salt. Oh, the fog made it look like it was pink for a second. I was like, no, that's too easy for pink. Aww. There's so many stinky cards, it's so loud. Void huge Barracuda. Fun fact, actually, did you guys know that this playlist is the thing that I listen to when I sleep? Yeah, I listen to music when I sleep. I cannot sleep in like pure silence. It's too scary. My mind will go to multiple different places, and all of them will not be good at all. So these are the music that I listen to when I sleep. And sometimes I listen to jazz. Jazz is great. Jazz or bossa nova. Bossa nova is also really good. Hey, alright, level 67. I'm not even gonna deny it anymore. I am so fucking obsessed. But hey, 67 level is pretty good in 2 days, I feel like. Shit. I'll do rainy/snowy noises music or SMR. Hey, whatever makes you sleep better, more power to you. Right, let's sell what we have and let's call it a day. Oh. Well, I bought a bunch of stuff today, so it's still good enough. I have this boat right here. Look at my stick ride. I drove onto the land, so I cannot drive it anymore. I have thunderstorm sounds going constantly in my room. It's relaxing. Ooh. I mean, thunderstorm sounds cool, just probably not, you know, like not the thunder strike noise, like the one that goes that one. Ooh, that one will scare me awake. But those guru 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 sound, yeah, that's pretty good. That and raining. Oof. Raining is actually perfect. I love raining noises. Like I'll sleep especially well when when there's like a rain going on outside. Fair me. Smooth 96k from jumping in. That's what I enjoy. I'm gonna go get dinner now. It's a little bit short, but thanks for joining.
Yeah, enjoy your food.
Thank you. I'll drive around a little bit and then I'll call it a day.
Alright, catch you next time.
Wait. Dragon. Need to get my board. My fishing was really good in the afternoon. Kind of dropped off a little bit here, but it's okay. At some point I'm gonna get that pink here. I will. I'm so gonna. My little yak. I'm getting my little yak. I cannot see. I'll be big just for now. 130 cm. Okay. Let's go, my yak. My yak. Have I tried the lighthouse already? I don't remember. What is that? Actually, I want to see how many... Oh shit, I forgot. It's still moving. Okay. How many... relic pieces? 15... 5... I mean, I already have 2 megalodons. I feel like if I can get more luck, it would be nice, no? What is that? Oh my god, flashbang. Let's get to enchanting. We do a little bit of enchanting and then let's call it a day. Oh my god, that's so loud, I forgot. It is cool though. I have my little... What is that? Strange whirlpool. Have I seen this before? If it's strange, then I'll fish for a little bit. Don't know how good this is though. But I'll fish for a little bit. Strange whirlpool is a very good one. Is it? I think I fished in a strange whirlpool today, did I? I don't remember actually. Barlock. Oh yeah, you should come here. I forgot to bring you here as well. Oops. Oh, I just left. Oh my god. Oh, you were getting scraps. Oh, alright. I just left. Didn't think about that too much. Oops. Nothing special exactly. Wonder what this strange whirlpool does. Tiger huge halibut. I wonder if strange whirlpool is like more chances for more modifier in one fish. Just random modifier, I guess. Oh, yo, pink. It's a baby megalodon. Okay, I have a few baby megalodons now. Wait, I think I sold my last one. Yeah, I sold my last one. Baby megalodon is 82 ton. Don't worry about it. It's only 82 ton. No big deal. I'm sure my bag can take it. My bag can hold 82 ton of fish. My little yak. I left my... It happened again. It happened again. I still don't know what that means. Is there something happening in the Crescent Isle? Because when I drive through here, there's sound happening. Anyone know what was that weird jingle? Code was so strong? Heck yeah. My friend had something like that earlier. Yeah, me too. I heard that twice now. In 7 hours. Yeah. Wonder what that means. Does that mean I have to fish immediately when I hear that? Is it gonna be a secret boss? What if there's like a secret boss fight here? So you heard it too, right, Fermi? What? No way. We got a pink just like that. I think it's a spooky thing, maybe? Wonder if maybe diving in the water at the spot you hear. Diving? Didn't think about that. Can't really dive for too long though. Not that I can see anything underwater. Pretty sure it was around here when I heard it. Oh, it's all good. Guess we'll figure out next time. Hello. Hi, Fermi. I'm gonna go and chant for a bit. You see something? I'm listening. I'll follow. And Kobo following Dragon. I fell down. I'm the worst. This feels like a road. Right? Is it just me or does this feels like a road leading somewhere? Well, I mean, that's the magician. Never saw the guy out there. What guy? I was wondering if it was a special thing. Friends say he wondered if it was a cryptid thing in the game, no? That would be weird because I'm very scared. Oh, do we have to add spooky thing to everything? I guess it does add a little bit of excitement, but still. Ooh. I got a green gem up here. Should I eat this? Asking the best question. I should. Can I eat it? Any option for me to eat it? No? Two shinies? Yeah. Another one is to have to buy it from somewhere. I forgot where it is. Oh yeah, from the magician. I need 250k, I think. I wonder if tree is all the shinies that I need. Maybe there's 4. Should I eat this in the most cobalt dialogue? I know, right? The game knows me. I should eat shiny. Let's go enchant. My pink. Yes. Oh. I'm gonna change the notoriously big out. According to Bracky, that pink in the dunes is 23k. 23k. This one normally is 35k. So even without notoriously big enchantment, it's gonna be enough. I mean, I got the 85k weight, and I got a few baby megalodon out of that. So, I mean, that's the only good thing I can think of is getting the baby megalodon. Maybe I should get until I like lucky, I guess? More luck or attraction, right? I'm gonna it's time to gamble. Lazy. Luck, strength, expertise plus. Attraction rate minus 75%. Oh my god. Get out of here. I know what that is. The relic piece isn't really the best, huh? Oh, I know what this is. Luck plus 15. Luck plus 15. There should be more than that. Enchant. The pieces have very low chance to go above common. There is a chance then. No. There's a chance. Curious is like more XP? 5% bonus XP on catch. I don't want that. I don't want to get too high level in just 1.5 days. Unstubby. Unstubby. Luck plus 10, strength and expertise minus 10. 1.5 times mutation chance. Mutation? Like having more chance of a modifier? If the first fish I get gets a modifier, I'm keeping this. It's time to be harsh. If no modifier, I'm changing it. Wow, there is a modifier. Well, can't say that this is bad. Now I got a huge modifier. I got the 5% extra gold one earlier, which is terrible. 5% is the base sale value of the fish before modifiers. Oh, so golden is not that good, is what you're saying? How many more? 6. Man, do I use a powerful relic? I never used it. I kinda want to. I want to see what it does. Yeah, let's use one. Hiya. There goes my powerful relic. Mouth watering. It is purple. Oh, this is the one that Brekkie got. Attraction rate plus 25%, big catch rate plus 30. So that's not too bad. I still don't know how. I still don't know how big catch rate affect all of this. I didn't get the light speed reel though. I mean, that one is plus 40%. Plus 40% attraction rate. But it does feel very fast. Ah, very fast? Yeah, I mean 70% is pretty fast. I guess this could be good. Yeah, it's pretty fast. It's very fast actually. Only getting flying fish though. Also, the ping, the FPS here is really nice. Big catch makes it more likely to be heavier. Attraction is going to create. Oh, this is red. Hi. It's only red. I want pink. Ooh. It's going to greatly lower the time between landing fish. Yeah, I really love attraction, right? After I got it on my previous rod, it's like, oh, it's really good. My fortunate rod has this light speed reeling enchantment. It's really strong. There's a plus 40% attraction rate. 40%, crazy. Raw. Oh, another day, another 7 hours of fishing. I don't know why I'm like this. Shit. Well, guess I'm keeping the mouth watering for now. Yeah, I'll probably just stop here as well and call it a day. I'll go for real this time, family. Bye bye, dragon.
See you later.
Right. Time to quit. Stradam who? Hey. Welcome. Oh my god, I became a kobold again. What a dream. Wow, I was a dragon for 7 hours straight. Holy shit. Well, it's okay. Kobold is also nice. Right, let's find the right target. Gosh, I actually love fishing way too much. I'm like so much that I feel weird already. Ooh, that's Breen. Wait, Breen is still streaming? Oh my god. I want to rate Breen. I don't really have a chance to rate Breen as much. I'll rate Johnny next time then. I'll look in Johnny's channel. Right. I found a right target. Alright, let me just plot my things real quick then. It's been a very fun VR chat session. I cannot believe it. I used to hate VR chat so much and now fishing got me back to VR chat. Wow. Alright. There's my coffee. Coffee helps, coffee good, coffee nice. Right. And I'll let Bernie talk about it as well. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Good girl. Pat pat. EEP well Tyra.
Thank you, Evie. Right, and then I also have a Discord channel. I announced my stream stuff over there. Stream starts, secret streams, stream delays, no stream. Everything is there. And also there's a dragon sipping corner because I like dragons a lot. And I think that's pretty much it. Let me just get the right message in. Great job, man. Gonna go grab some food myself. Take care. Of course, have a great food. They were short, but thanks for joining again. Thank you. Hope you watch for the rest of the day. Thank you, Tiger. Thank you. So here's the right message. But of course, you guys can use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Just maybe don't use more than 4. We don't want to flood the chat box too much. And yeah, I think that is pretty much it. I'm ready to rate. I need to type in rate first. Holy shit. I know how to type Breen's name. Okay, I typed in rate. I'll most likely, it's kind of hard to say since it's not guaranteed, but I'll most likely stream on Wednesday again. So hopefully I'll be able to do some art that day, right? So yeah, before the raid now, a couple wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. And very valuable. Kobo loves you all, right? And here comes the raid to Breen. Yeah. Gonna raid to this heckin' beautiful milk snake naga? Milk snake, Naga. She has arms. She has arms. For a snake, she has arms. Wow. I'm probably going to press the rate now, but you know what? I probably should. I'm very hungry. I'm gonna go get myself some food now, so take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Mwah. Take care. I'll see you guys on maybe Wednesday, if not then Thursday, right? Bye bye. Take care. Oh, oops.